Good. Members, please come to the chamber.
House come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given to Darnell Edwards. She is the founder of the National Ancestors Task Force and is a guest of Representative Troy Stubbs.
Good morning. Good morning. First of all, I would like to lead you all in a scripture. I wanted to share a scripture with you on this morning. And that scripture will be coming from 1 Timothy 2, starting with that verse 1. And it says, "Therefore, I exhort, first of all, that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings and all who are in authority." Let's pray. Father, we do thank you for this day, God, knowing that you are in authority over everything that we're doing here on today. We give you free course in this time on today, God. I pray, God, for every bill that will come before you this morning. I pray that your kingdom will come, your will be done, God, concerning each thing that's brought before you on today. And then, Father, I pray for the peace of God. The peace of God to rule in our hearts, God, that there will be no division amongst us, God, but everyone will come into the unity, God, that they will be able to discern what's good and what's evil, God, for your people. And I bless them right now in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Members today pledge allegiance be led by Will Wagner. He is the guest of the Speaker's office and is the son of Cole and Jay Wagner.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Clouds, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Holt, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Pascal, Passmore, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shedd, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Fifty-three members have answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objection, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 28th Legislative Day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 28th Legislative Day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle, for a purpose of making announcements.
Mr. Speaker, I'm moving we adjourn today. We leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete its business, and that we reconvene on Tuesday, January the 6th at 1:30 p.m. Tuesday, January the 6th.
All those in favor say aye.
June 6th.
Any opposed? We have a motion prevails. Clerk will now receive reports of standing committee and receive those throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution number 93 by Senator Allen, commending Lynn Moore for outstanding professional achievement.
Move for adoption.
All in favor for adoption say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 91 by Senator Butler, designating John Wade Keys as Alabama's first veteran.
Mr. Speaker, we have one question we need to get answered with this resolution. I just asked that we carry it over for temporarily.
All those in favor of carrying over temporarily say aye. Any opposed? It is carried over. Clerk, call the first uncontested local bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 296 by Senator Coleman Madison, relating to Jefferson County.
Question for the body's final passage of HB 296. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 25 ayes, 0 nays. SB 296 is passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 323 by Senator Chambliss, relating to Autauga County.
Question for the body's passage of SB 323. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded votes 15 ayes, 0 nays. SB 323 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 343 by Senator Wagoner, relating to Jefferson County.
Clerk, unlock machine. Record the vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 16 ayes, 0 nays. SB 343 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 62 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 346 by Senator Gudger relating to Coleman County.
Question for the body is passage of SB 346. Clerk, unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. SB 346 has passed.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 533 by Senator Elliott relating to the city of Orange Beach.
Question for the body is passage of SB 333. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 14 ayes, 0 nays. SB 333 has passed. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Randy, this way, this way.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk, see the resolution.
House Resolution number 275 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
That's questions. Adoption of special order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I just wondering, I didn't have a special order calendar on where it usually be. We adopted the calendar, I hadn't seen it yet. It's coming. It's like getting somebody a blank check and signing it and saying, fill it in as you go. And we already adopted, I just wanted to know, what's on that calendar?
Hand delivered. How you like that?
I tell you, it's something, I've been here a while, Mr. Speaker, and things do happen at the end of the session. I didn't arise to talk 10 minutes on the calendar. I just can't want to know where the calendar was, but there's some bad looking stuff on this calendar. And I know we are at the end of the session, and there's going to be something deliberately pointed to put these things on the last couple of days of the year, of the session. When we are looking at the definition of crimes and offenses and gang banging, and how we deal with violence in our state, and how we've been dealing with it in the nation. And there's one group thinks that violence beget violence. You get your arms and I get my arms, that's gonna solve the issue, but we have found out that's not the truth. More guns does not bring peace. And I think what we need to understand as policymakers, how to communicate, negotiate, to help people come out of their violent activities into a better way of living. And that we can propose that through our budgets. We can make sure our young people are educated in the point where they want to become productive and leaders of the community rather than in a negative manner. See, there are a lot of things that we could do that will enhance our growth. What happened? Hit the wrong button. He cut me off. I was wondering what I was gonna get my bullhorn out. But I just wanted to know how do we really address these issues? You know, legislating things that are gonna make things a little more worse as they are now. But let us have a optimism as we move forward. I am cautiously optimistic that this body is going to work together in a better manner, and I know that we can because we can communicate, we can talk to each other. But I think we've been talking around each other and at each other rather than to each other. So, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate you giving me a couple of minutes to talk, and I got my calendar in hand. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Chair thanks the gentleman. Clerk, call first bill on special order calendar.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 143 by Senator Barfoot relating to crimes and offenses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, a lot of work went into this bill up in the Senate. This bill was formerly referred to as the gang bill. There was a lot of changes in there to where the bill came out unanimous, which the reason I bring that up, I know that's no indication of what this chamber is going to do, but it's important to note that anytime a criminal bill comes up, that there's unanimous support on, it's something to take note of. This, who's she yelling at? You mess with me. All right. Anyways, this bill here would give law enforcement the needed tools to deal with the expansion of criminal enterprises that deal with criminal activity, severe criminal activity, dealing with gangs that are popping up all over the state of Alabama. If there's any questions, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to entertain them. And one other note, 65 out of the 67 sheriffs across the state of Alabama have endorsed the bill, and well over 100 police chiefs, and I have that list down here if anybody wants to see it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Sellers.
No. I want you.
The mic's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I have, I guess, quite a bit of concern for this piece of legislation. I'm sure that you've done quite a bit of work on this legislation. And it seems and appears that we take more of an approach of lock them up and throw away the key for specific individuals in our population. Now, can you share with me what that means, criminal enterprise or memberships? Because this is referred to as the gang bill, I assume. what do you mean by criminal enterprise memberships?
Well, I think what some of the concerns was early on is the word gang. What did that actually mean? And are we just talking about what most people feel like is folks hanging out on a corner or involved in the drug trade, a gang activity, neighborhood type gang activity? So by redefining it as a criminal enterprise, it basically just expands any groups that are involved, any folks, 2 or more folks that are involved in the recruitment or taking criminal involved in criminal activity for the furtherance of that group. And so there needs to be crimes on the books to go after those folks and hold them more serious. Have consequences that are much more serious than what we currently have on the books. We're talking about serious crime here. We're not talking about low-level hanging type fruit when it comes to misdemeanors and things like that. We're talking about murder. We're talking about attempted murder. We're talking about rape, drug trade, and those type of crimes. Also, if involved in that, and it's established that you are involved in one of these criminal enterprises, and you have committed one of these crimes, and you've used a weapon, there's enhancements there also, and it spells it out in the bill what those enhancements are.
So, I see some of the. Can you identify what some of those groups are? Case in point is Pride Boys, one of those groups.
Sure.
Those that have or participate in that sort of element. I see where it's even identify style of dress, hand signs. At some point, it determines who's doing the selecting, because every fraternity or sorority or part of the D9 have particular colors, and as well as what they may call hand signs. At some point, I think that our ability to decrease crime is off focus. The gangs of the 80s and 90s, which this appears to be, this would have been good legislation back then when you had Crips and Bloods and all of those sorts of kind of gangs. But now, within our communities, I'm not too sure as if we have seen or even identified this kind of sector within our community. So how do you say, or how do you pick out which gang is a part of what element? I guess that's my question. How do you decide, or who decides which part or who's a part of that element?
I think it's the criminal act that identifies it. It's the criminal activity. And whoever's engaged in that type of activity is a recruitment of other individuals to get involved, to commit crimes in furtherance of that group. It could be any group. So I think that's a lot of the work that went into the definitions in this current bill that came up out of the Senate. You talked about Pride Boys, and it doesn't matter. We're talking about the crime and the activity. That applies to everybody. It doesn't matter what you call yourself. It doesn't matter what kind of group you're involved in. We're going after this type of activity that is decimating our communities, that are leaving victims behind in a lot of these serious crimes, and it's not being prosecuted to the level it needs to be prosecuted at. You really want to get these folks off the street that are using guns and are killing folks in the community? This bill goes a long way towards being able to remove them from the street. You talked about the 80s. Yeah, the gangs in the 80s may be a little bit different than the gangs today, but there's still, that criminal activity has not changed. So what this bill does allows the courts to have the tools to take these folks off the street and remove them. It's no secret that they're coming back committing these same crimes over and over. It emboldens these type of groups. to the point that they may start off with low-level crime. They're not being dealt with. They move up into the more serious type activity. And when you move up into those areas and you're involved in groups of folks that are terrorizing an entire community or even a 4 square block area, this will apply to these type of individuals and remove them off the street so these folks can live in a safe community and in peace.
So we have made, in what I call domestic weapons of mass destruction, available to all of our community. And I see more and more legislation coming out of this body that is a lock 'em up, throw away the key kind of legislation. But when are we going to deal with some of the real issues of decreasing crime within our communities, be it urban or rural? We all have the same elements. And so if you think rehabilitation takes place behind closed doors or closed cells within the penitentiary or within that system, let's take a different approach that I believe that we can have rehabilitation before they even get to prison or even get to committing some of these crimes. Let's look at taking the approach of having neighborhood community policing, rebuilding relationships within the communities, utilizing intelligence from law enforcement, because I do believe law enforcement know who are the specific persons that may be and or involved within this kind of environment. Let's work on making sure that we provide more social services and mental health to individuals within our community. Also, creating an environment where even our religious community, who have a passionate touch within all of our communities, are involved. And so it saddens me over and over again to see more and more legislation that's lock them up and throw away the key without adding or having an opportunity to where we can have rehabilitation on the front end and not on the back end. We do our citizens a disservice every time there's legislation that is a lock them up, throw away the key, without addressing what the real problems and concerns are within our community. And that's doing the rehab on the front end and not on the back end.
Shot, I needed that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's your work to recognize the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark.
Yeah. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Representative. How are you?
Doing good. You?
I have not had a chance to read the version that was engrossed by the Senate. Will you tell me what changes they made? And I asked that because I had some grave concerns about the House version.
Right.
So I'm hoping that some improvements have been made, and if so, will you tell me what those are?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. And it's a little confusing because for some reason the bills that come out of the Senate, they don't have the strikeout and the highlight.
Exactly,
stuff.
I'm looking for that.
So what I've got is the introduced version, the engrossed version.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the amendments, and probably it'd be best if you use the introduced as I go through them. Because if I go through them, you're not going to see them in the engrossed for some reason.
Thank you.
So if you'll go to page 1, line 5, 8, 13, and 18. And while you're finding that, that simply changes the word gang to criminal enterprise. That was the first change.
So will you explain what's a criminal enterprise? Why do we use that terminology?
You know, there's already a state law that identifies what a gang member is, and that's still left in there when it refers to that particular state law. But I think there was concern that gang was too narrow, and by using the word criminal enterprise, it didn't include, and I actually agree with it. It includes anybody that's involved in this type of criminal activity.
Okay.
2 or more individuals, that would be a criminal enterprise.
Okay.
So to me, it's just a broader definition,
So-
but it all
so-
goes back to that criminal activity.
So is mafia criminal enterprise?
I'm sorry?
Is the mafia a part of criminal enterprise?
Sure it would be.
All right, go ahead.
Yes. All right. So page 2, you go to lines 45, 47, 51. It's the same thing. It's deleting gangs and inserting the word criminal enterprise.
Yes.
All right. Replace line 63 on page 3 with the following. I don't understand this one because the following is the exact same thing. It's in the introduced version, but it says replace line 3 with the following. But if you look at line 3, it says destructive device, the same meaning as in section. So to me, that I didn't find any change in the introduced version. But if you
Okay.
go to I continue on that page, line 65, number 4, firearm. It says replace line 65 on page 3 with the following. Number 4, firearm, any of the following. On page 3, also line 71, firearm, replace line 71 with firearm silencer, any device for silencing. Also, on page 3, line 70, replace line 77 through 79 on page 3 with the following. Criminal enterprise, any combination, confederation, alliance, network, conspiracy, understanding, or other similar arrangement in law or in fact, including a street gang as defined in section 13.624, which is the current law defining what a street gang is, of 3 or more persons through its membership or through an agency of any member that engages in the course and pattern of criminal activity.
What line, Representative, are you on in the engrossed version?
You mean in the introduced version there?
No,
Because if you read the engrossed version, it simply says, it just adds that.
So I'm trying to compare. Thank you, Representative. That is kind of hard to follow, and thank you for pointing that out to me. So let's talk a little bit about criminal enterprises. Would you define that for me again, what a criminal enterprise is?
Yes, just a second. Let me find that real quick for you.
And I'm asking about this because I'm still a little bit concerned that this legislation might target particular groups.
Just
I don't think
groups involved
anybody in this
criminal
chamber condones
Right.
illegal gang activity.
So a criminal
But I do
enterprise-
know some kids who, and it's not wise on their part to perpetrate being a member of a gang, but it happens.
Right.
You know, innocent kids who do it for, I guess, maybe in some cases peer pressure, some cases because they want to be cool. And I don't want them to be judged as a part of a criminal enterprise when they do these things innocently.
And that's a good question, because I think that's what was worked on upstairs. A lot of time was spent on that. A criminal enterprise member, to define it's an individual who meets three or more of the following at the time of the planning and commission and underlining of an offense, of an act. So there has to be an intent to commit criminal activity, just not the recruitment or the peer pressure and things like that. Then it gets into what those three or more, and if you're in the engrossed version, go to page 2.
Page 2, hold on, 'cause I want to
Start
see
at
that.
line 52. The definition is right there. And then they have to be identified in 3 or more, and then it lines it up. Admits to criminal enterprise membership, is voluntarily identified as a criminal enterprise member.
And so,
and it goes on.
So on that one, does that mean the individual has to voluntarily say?
Yeah, on that one, right.
Okay, go ahead.
On the first one.
Well, see, what's the difference in A and B? A says
Is voluntarily
admits,
identified as a enterprise member.
and then B says is voluntarily identified. Is that not the same thing as admits to?
It seems very similar to me, but
Or is it saying somebody who
No,
knows
no.
the person
So-
voluntarily identifies them?
So the second one.
That could be problematic. But
No. The second.
As
There's
a
more
matter
to it
of-
on the second page. It
As a
says,
matter of fact, I see on page 3 at the top, it
Yeah,
says
parent or
voluntarily.
guardian.
Yeah, okay.
So that was different.
All right, it is, I see it. Carry on.
Is identified as a criminal enterprise member by a reliable informant, adopts the style and dress of a criminal. Now, these definitions are in current law. Adopts the use of a hand sign identified as used by a criminal enterprise, has a tattoo that identifies in a criminal enterprise, associates with one or more criminal enterprise members, and is identified as a criminal enterprise member by physical evidence, has been observed in the company of one or more known criminal enterprise members 4 or more times.
Let's
So
see,
these are all-
Representative, I had hoped that some of these bullets would have been removed. For example, adopts the style of dress of a criminal enterprise. I mean, some of the nicest people I know, their style of dress doesn't meet with my approval, but mine probably doesn't meet with theirs either, so.
This is all been vetted through the courts. Many states that have that, and I believe these are the definition and what a gang member is currently. So this is not new identifiers that are made up for a member of a criminal enterprise.
So
And
are
the
you
lady's
telling
time
me?
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope somebody else will pick up this line of questioning.
Yes, ma'am. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Representative Gray.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm just here to bring a friendly technical amendment. I would like to introduce the amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 143 by Representative Gray.
You care to explain the amendment?
Yes, sir. When it comes to firearm silencers, the definition, you follow the federal law, and it was just really like a typo. And so instead of designated or redesignated, it should be designed or redesigned. And that's really all that the amendment does.
I believe that's a friendly amendment. That was a typo that was discovered, and I accept that.
Okay, you've heard the sponsor say this is a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes, 95 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
Thank you for the recognition. I shan't be long. I just want to just make my end of the year comments relative to this bill. And I know Representative Treadway, you put a lot of effort into this. You and I have had many of conversations about this bill. My comments are going to be simple and germane to the bill, and I appreciate Senator Smitherman's efforts to get the bill in the condition that it's in. But as I look at it, even with the amendments that have been made, I had a mocked up copy of some notes that I put on the bill that the wonderful Paige went and got the bill for me. I don't know what I did with it. So I'm just gonna have to wing it a little bit. You know, we continue to bring bills here. And let me say to you, and not because I hold you in such a high regard, but anytime I talk about law enforcement, I always reference the relationship I've had with you for probably a little bit over 20-something, almost 30 years now, coming up with you in the ranks, me working for Dr. Arrington, and you were a union man. And that's what a lot of folks don't know. You were the union man, and you were the union man that Dr. Arrington, the first African-American black mayor, we would be in the rooms, didn't want. On Tuesday, you were the face. On the news, you were the man in the city of Birmingham that everybody across the media was gonna see because you were advocating for law enforcement. And you were probably one of the most learned law enforcement officers in, not just in the state, but really in Jefferson County certainly. And you and I talk about crime. But as I go through this bill, I think what's missing is we continue to bring legislation to add Class A felonies. I don't know when it's gonna end. There are enough laws on the books in the state of Alabama to cover any charge that we have for any crime. Even with this gang bill, as you all are calling it, we need to be bringing legislation to take these guns out of the hands of these young folks that are killing people in mass numbers. And a lot of these kids are not in gangs. They're not. And the way this bill is written, and as was said, I'm in a sorority. I've been in a sorority for over 30-something years. We have signs, we have all kind of rituals, we have insignia, we have symbols, we have all of these things. But for me, colors, and gangs are not gonna leave. This bill is not gonna stop a gang. It's not gonna stop gang and criminal activity. And what we're seeing, and especially in the city of Birmingham right now, is massive number of young people who are buying handguns, adding all of these automatic assault weapon triggers to these guns that are below the age of maturity, and it's wrong even if you are above an age of maturity, that are creating these mechanisms, and they're going out killing people, and some of them intentionally, and some of them just out of foolery, not understanding the magnitude of what they're doing. We saw it in Dadeville just a few days ago. Thank God what is now going on in Texas, which is a true red Republican state, and I'm hoping that it will trickle down, and that's what usually happens. We know how it works from state to state, and I think now there's maybe 2 other states that are now following suit or about to, where they're at least considering the age for which a person can purchase an assault weapon. And I think now they're looking at their House passed out, or at least passed out of the committee or the House, I can't remember which one, the age of 18, and that was historic just to get it to the table finally, to purchase an assault weapon. So, you know, again, we can bring this legislation, we can say the gangs, but the realization is until we get to the distributor of these guns who are selling these guns to these kids illegally in the black market, in houses that look just like mine and yours, and that's just the truth of the matter, and these weapons of mass destruction, and in the black market, and selling these mechanisms, these ghost guns, where these folks can get these guns, this bill does nothing. It absolutely does nothing. So my sound bite for the day is, and again, I don't care what the representative who talked about me a few weeks ago, he can talk about me all he wants to. I don't need anybody to call. I don't have to call the media. They call me. This bill does nothing. I've handled many criminal cases before. So we have another Class A, enhanced penalties for criminal activities, for criminal enterprises. Do you think anyone in a gang is going to try to understand what a criminal enterprise is? They already know that to be in a gang itself is criminal by nature. There's a perception thereof that it's criminal by nature, and then they understand that gang activity itself is criminal by nature. So even to come up into the creation of criminal enterprise as if they are a business entity within themselves is absolute foolery to the person that's out there in the streets, gangsters, hustlers, hoods, crips, whatever you want to call them. At the end of the day, they're not thinking about that. Ray, Pookie, Nino, May, let's be honest, they're not thinking about that. Now, I'm talking street talk. And anybody who wants to bring an amendment, they can bring an amendment all they want to. Because guess what? I walk my housing communities. And I'll say to anyone in here who brings you an amendment, ask them how many times have they walked in their district, every housing community, and I say housing community or housing project in their district. I walk my housing projects and housing communities in my district. If not 6, 7, 8, 9 times, I ride through them. Not only ride through them, I walk through them. I not only walk through them, I meet with the people who live in these housing communities. But gangs are not just in housing communities. They're all over. So again, I say to you, all of these firearm issues that are noted in this bill, 5 or more years with the enhanced penalties, criminal enterprise members, I still have a concern with the legislation. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate what you've done. I appreciate what you continue to do. Community policing works. Putting these beat officers back on the street. The state needs to put more monies in place for law enforcement to be able to do their jobs. We need to figure out how to get more police officers back into our neighborhoods and back on the streets. The city of Birmingham is down over nearly 300 police officers. You can't buy a police officer in the city of Birmingham right now. That's sad. Am I wrong, Treddy?
No, that's correct.
That's sad when you have a city as a major city as Birmingham, and you don't have police officers that are willing to even work for a city.
Yeah, we're in trying times.
So we're in trying times, and so until somebody can bring me some legislation to fix that problem, this isn't gonna do it. Because we have people where we can't even, I'm in a neighborhood where we can't even get law enforcement to respond because we just don't have enough officers. Our officers are overworked and just tired.
And the lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'll come at this from a little bit different perspective. As a former law enforcement officer, I understand, the need for a lot more clarification in terms of how we're going to deal with the issues that face our communities and our cities and all of these things. I'm actually concerned and tired of groups terrorizing the citizens in our communities. And when I said terrorizing them, I'm saying that people are afraid to even come forward. They're afraid to come out of their homes and things of that nature because of the retaliation issue that a lot of people fear that are living in our communities. Right. So I come at it, first of all, from that perspective. But I also come at it from the perspective that I don't want to establish something where law enforcement can further terrorize our communities either. I think we need to begin looking forward at some things, putting some things in place. For instance, the community policing. I think you all have tried it some up in Birmingham, haven't you? Is that correct? Have you all community policing?
Oh yeah, we've been doing it for years.
Been doing it for years, and I think if we get more and more involved in that line, then we could help the communities feel safe enough to help eradicate these elements that are in our community terrorizing them. So that's the first thing I look forward to this doing. Now, the other thing, though, is I want to make sure we are not targeting the different groups. I want to make sure that it's not that there's going to be equity in how we deal with this. And I think to change that from gangs to criminal enterprise. I think that's a good move because there are a lot of groups that can fall into the criminal enterprise situation, but could lose their identity if we just narrowed it to what is perceived as a gang. So I'm glad we, first of all, have corrected that. The other thing, and I'm probably one of the ones that will fall out of step in terms of how I stand with this particular bill. But I see that when we first got it, there were a lot of issues, I thought, with that because, and I was, going to be working to firmly get some things done, but I see they hopefully have been fixed. A lot of them have been fixed up in,
addressed, yeah.
Up in the Senate. One of the things, though, I saw that we may want to consider is over on page 4.
You got the engrossed version?
I have the engrossed version.
All right, which line?
Over on line 91 through 94. I know these are code sections and they probably have it in there. But just to ask the question, what's the minimum length or the maximum length a short barrel shotgun or rifle can be?
I was afraid somebody was going to ask me that. It's been a long time. I'm thinking, is it, 21, 22 inches?
It's 21.
Okay, 21.
Okay. And you were afraid someone would ask you that one?
Yeah, I felt I should have went back and checked on it.
I see I can. Okay. Well, I was going to help him with it anyway, so. But, these are some of the things that I think we probably do need to be looking at. When we think about, and I talk about assault weapons, we've got a problem with assault weapons out on our streets. I mean, you know, I'm a Second Amendment person. I believe in my guns. I have guns, but our assault weapons are weapons of war. And, you know, one of the things we need to do as a society is look at how prevalent they are within our communities, because these are the guns that are actually being used in these criminal enterprises more so than anything else. If they are breaking into, you know, stores, stealing them, these are the weapons that are basically, when a person is struck with one of them, it can go in as a small hole and take your whole back out. You know these things. So I think we as a society, as a civilized society, need to take a very serious look at that, and that too would help in terms of averting the establishment and the further growth of these criminal enterprises. So I think we do need something that gives us a lot more ability to establish that. But one of the things I saw in there, that when I do this, what do you see?
Okay.
When I do that, what do you see?
You shot a three-pointer on the basketball court.
Oh, okay, all right. But
Oh, it's got to be like that. Never mind.
it's
gotta be like that.
It's got to be down there. Well, even if I did it there, it has, you know, several different meanings depending on who's doing it, okay? That's a sign for my fraternity, okay? So I don't want it to be, if I'm using that sign and I just happen to be dressed in a manner that someone thinks is you know, a gang type dress, or I say some things that may be determined to be gang, I don't want you to confuse me as a gang member.
Right.
And so I think we are going to have to do some things to help our law enforcement understand everything they see isn't what it really is. But they do need to be aware of it. And as I say, I will probably step outside of my caucus on this one, but it's what I believe, and I think we are making some good steps toward this, and I'm glad that it was further clarified some of the desires and some of the things up in the Senate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I just wish you had not bought this bill. You know, and I heard my colleague speak earlier about walking the neighborhood. When you're dealing with gangs, and I used to work with them all the time. In fact, Dr. Arrington, one of the first things once he got in office, we used to ask if I would work with the gangs that we had identified at that time. In Birmingham, we used to have a program called Youth at Risk. And one thing I know the young men that we had that under your terminology would be called a gang used to tell me, he said, you know, when most of us get together, it's because this group of people I'm with is my family. Not my blood family, but they show me love. They show me discipline, and they have rules set up for me to follow. All the things I don't get at home. I don't get the love at home. I don't get the discipline at home. So I think if we would spend as much time, I think a few states across the United States have already passed education bills that are holistic education bills where they're spending more time looking at what's happening in the homes. You can have all the law enforcement that you want to have. You can have all the pieces of the formula you want to put together, but it's not going to work until we get into the home. Usually what we want to term as gangs or group of people getting together for possible criminal activity, but all of them are not put together for criminal activity. When I was a young girl, we call ourselves having a club, and we were just mimicking the clubs that our mother and fathers would be a part of so that we can imitate the things they did. And I guess under today's terminology, we'll be called a gang. But I think that while we're spending so much time trying to figure out how to stop gangs, it's very simple. When you look at what you're terming a gang, it's a symbol and a symptom of something that's not healthy going on in the community. And 9 times out of 10, it's something that's lacking in the homes. And most times what's lacking in the home, you know, most people will find it somewhere else outside of the home. But I would wish that we would put more time in addressing and make sure people's homes are economically and socially sound, which we don't do. You know, sometimes I ask the question when I drive around my neighborhood, when most likely the people you are targeting as a law enforcement officer, as a gang in Birmingham, is somebody black. So I often ask the question in Birmingham, do we have poor white people? Do they ever be a part of a gang? Do we have poor Asians? And I'm learning you do. But I don't see them. And if you work in a certain city, you won't see them either. The majority of the people you see would be of African descent. And they are not all necessarily gang. Like they say, I'm a member of a sorority too. And as my colleagues say, we have signs, we have symbols, we have colors, different colors we wear. And I also bring up my niece and her young cousins. Everything they do is color-coded. If they go to dinner, it's one color. If they go to a Mexican place, they wear a different color. If they go to a Chinese place to eat, they wear a different color. So which officer will pull them aside if they see them? They're all young people, and they all are different, wearing different colors. There's no way you can look at them to tell whether they're out for criminal activity or social activities. No way for you to find it. But rather than continue to bring these types of bills, I would want us to work on how we could better work in our communities to try to get rid of the element in the first place. We can continue to bring this, but as long as we have unhealthy households, as long as we have households where parents started having children too young, not knowing how to rear their children, and not showing love. And you know, depending upon which generation you came up in, our families weren't constantly saying, I love you, or hugging you. But for some of our generation, we still knew they loved us. And it was so many other ways they did it. But because of the technology that we have, TV, your cell phones, your video games, most of our young people pick up so many negative things that from there, and not necessarily all of it comes from the home. And it's like a young man, when I was working with gangs on a regular basis, said that adults are always telling them what they shouldn't do, but we never give them anything positive to do. So they have a tendency to go toward the negativity because it might look cool. And like I said, with most gang members, if you talk to them, they look at the group as a family because they have all of the elements of a family. One gang member will do anything for another gang member. That's what you expect in a household with parents and siblings. You would expect that, but you don't often get that. In the gang, they got rules and regulations. If you break into the rules, you're disciplined. A lot of people don't get that in the home, nor do they get that in the school system, because in the school system, we have taken so much out. We being either Congress or different legislators have tied the hands of the adults that's in our classroom to prevent them from doing any type of discipline. And I don't know what you're reading over there or what's on your mind, but it ain't what we talking about. And it's like, boy, I think we ought to end this pretty soon.
Your question, sir.
You studied up on the question.
For an opportunity to answer.
Well, see, we don't need the questions. We don't even need the bill. But rather than doing bills, I think we ought to look at what we can do as a body to go into the homes to make sure they are economically and socially sound. There are too many homes, and I talk about it when I was on the board. It was a shock to me to learn that it was the Board of Education workers whose children was on subsidized meals because we didn't pay them enough money.
That's right.
The cafeteria worker, the custodians, and many of our teachers, if their children was in public school, they were the ones who need to be on a meal program because we didn't pay them enough money to be able for their children to come to school and purchase a meal or be able to fix a lunch when they left home because we didn't pay them enough. Now, some of those same children that was lacking at home ended up being parts of groups that we now define as gangs. I don't look to ask any questions because I'm like my colleague. I'm out in my district all the time. I know once when I was on the Birmingham Industrial Water Board, I used to see this group of young men on the corner every day, same time, 3 and 4 hours a day, till I stopped to ask them one day, are you working? No, ma'am. Would you like to have a job? Yes, ma'am. Do you have any skills? No, ma'am. Well, this is where I need you to meet me the next day. And they met me at the headquarters of the Industrial Water Board. We hired those young men. We taught them the trades and the skills they needed to work for the Industrial Water Board. When we merged with the Birmingham Water Board, those young men are still working. Now, under other circumstances, you would have called them a gang. They was on that corner every day, 2 or 3 hours a day. Most older people that passed them were frightened. But as my son say, one day you're gonna get tired of stopping and asking them, are you working? And I'll ask them too, is all well with you? And most of those young people will say no. What's the concern? Well, I really would like a job, but I don't have any skills. I'm a dropout. But if we spend more time trying to
The lady's time
address
has
the issue,
expired.
it's gone again. I think it speeds up on me. Thank you so much.
It didn't go fast for me.
Yeah. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know what? This is an old last day trick bill. We used to put it all the time back in the old days. You know what we would do? Back in the old days, we put a bill on the calendar. Know everybody who will be opposed to it, so it'll take up some time. I'm hoping we're going to sign it down today. I don't know what we're going to do up to the speaker, but I heard we might do that today. I'll look for it. But this is one of the trick bills we used to do in the old days. What we would do, we put a bill on the top of the calendar, knowing it's going to take a little time, waste some time for that day. We don't give a darn about the other bill down the calendar because it's going to be wasting time on this bill. And what bothers me about the bill, I know what you're trying to do, and I mind what you're trying to do, some of it. I think we need to do something about some of the problems we got, but it goes just a little bit too far. One thing that bothers me about it is that I know that there one black senator signed on to this bill. Not one black senator. And I called and said, no, we wouldn't sign on to it. I said, why did y'all hold upstairs then? Y'all didn't sign on to it. But they said they were opposed to it. The problem that bothers me is adopt a style of dress. In other words, I don't like the baggy pants, saggy pants either. But you're gonna tell a person how to dress. If you dress wrong, I mean, you might not know red and white means a certain gang sign. You might, but that's what you want to wear that day. So that's kind of broad spectrum style of dress. You might have a tattoo. All of a sudden, that tattoo becomes a criminal enterprise bill because you had a tattoo. You know what a tattoo means. You just like the tattoo. But now that tattoo might be adopted by a gang. You're a gang member. And so now, what bothers me is that if we wish, the first part of the bill, Treadway, is good. I'm serious. I commend you for it. I want to do something about guns so bad I can cry. I know what it does to everybody's community. Usually said it was bad in black community. It's bad everywhere now. A handgun and a gun in the wrong person's hands is a very lethal weapon. And I admire us trying to do something about criminal enterprise. But everybody's not a criminal. Now, suppose you go, say, be observed in the company of one or more known criminal enterprise. Hey, suppose you go to a nightclub.
Let me explain real quick on that. You do understand that this bill is enhancements on criminal activity after they're convicted of committing one of these felonies, one of these violent felonies. You're not convicted simply because you got a tattoo. You're not indicted because you have, your parents said you're in a gang. That doesn't apply. That applies after you've been convicted of one of these very violent felonies. And it's a way to remove them off the street for a long time and get their attention. So when it comes to the weapons, when it comes to a murder or attempted murder, or any of these type of criminal activities, then you're identified as a gang member or as somebody involved in a criminal enterprise, which can be any type of group of people committing this type of violent crime. Then it kicks in. So nobody's going around identifying people and indicting them because they're throwing up peace signs or gang signs or.
Okay, now what you're telling me is that you got to already have been convicted of a crime and be marked, identified as a potential criminal gang member because you already been convicted of a crime.
These enhancements kick in after that conviction.
Oh, after you've been sentenced, been to court, and they say, well,
right.
If I see you out there doing this again, we're going to come back and get you.
Well, I mean, it won't be again if you've committed murder. It's going to be right then and there.
Okay, because I had put a list here, and it said being observed in a known crime person.
This can identify you as a member. You still have to commit that crime.
Before. In other words, are you saying that Robert Jones or Mary Smith got to go out there, have done a crime already and gotten released? Everybody, when they do it, they already marked by the police department, right? But I know they got pictures on the wall. They got all that right. Marked as a potential. So they see you out there hobnobbing with the same crowd again. They know it's a criminal, it's a gang enterprise.
Normally what happens is an IO report. I'm going to go with your example for a minute. Let's say this guy has a criminal history.
Okay.
And let's say.
Okay, hold it down, Mr. I can't hear him. Mr. Key, hit the gavel a minute. I can't hear him. He got a good point.
All right.
I want to hear his point.
I'm going to go back to your example. You've got your picture hanging up in the precinct.
Okay.
You've got a criminal history. You're known to law enforcement and the courts.
Okay.
You're seen in your example on the corner with other members who have been identified as gang members. An IO report will be done by. I'm going to take Birmingham for example.
Go ahead.
We would do an IO report.
Hey.
That report goes to the gang detail, which we have. And let's say that individual that evening commits a robbery.
Okay.
He uses a weapon. That's 5-year enhancement. If he brandishes it, if he has a weapon, he brandishes it, it's 5 more years.
That's the part I like. More than anything in your bill about the gun
The
thing.
weapons.
Weapons.
These enhancements kick in after the totality of all of that, and you're identified. Now you've committed a crime. We've identified you through these markers. We've got proof of it. We got to convince the court. You got to convince the judge, the jury, and he's convicted. These enhancements then kick in, and they should kick in, because these are the individuals who are out here terrorizing these communities, and folks are living in them, feeling like they're in a prison in their own home. I patrolled them for 31 years. I grew up in the inner city of Chicago. My brother been in and out of the penitentiary most of his life. I've been in these communities. They're of all color. My school was Hispanic, 20% black, 20% white.
Well,
I agree with what they did with the enterprise because it grabs everybody.
Let me
who's
say
committing this type of
this.
behavior.
You and I have been knowing each other a long, long time. I mean, way before you come to Montgomery, we've been knowing each other a long, long time, and we always had a good relationship. I mean, I'm still gonna have one all the time. I just don't want this to be so broad scale that it picks up an innocent person. That's my concern. People know how long we known each other really in this house.
It's about 35 years.
35 years. As a matter of fact,
tell them the story the first time I've been in your house.
Hey, we sit at my house, ate breakfast together. We been at my house eating breakfast and with Mary and all of them, and Mary and y'all on the same beat. And I think she trained you, did she? She was one of your trainers?
She was one of my training officers.
Oh, yeah. She had a lot of good words for you.
She did a good job, didn't she?
Hey, I don't know about all that now. We got to talk about that. Hey, she's dead now and got killed by a person.
Most likely a gang member, if you recall.
Well, if he would, I wanted to pull the switch on him myself. That's how bad I felt about what he did. And he might have, if he had, I understand what you're trying to do. I'm not against what you're trying to do. I just don't. What I don't want is target a whole broad section of people, because it's so easy to do. And my concern is that if we can find a way, I'm concerned about the young kids. The young kids, 18, 12. I don't want them to get engulfed in this process. My thing is, we keep them from going to jail or getting involved in the first place, we wouldn't have had this problem on the back end. So that's what I'm concerned about. And it bothers me when I see something I think might cause them to get a criminal record. Such as in the bill said at a certain 16 or 18, they consider it a gang, right? You had an age in here somewhere. Somebody told me about 16.
It is 16, but you understand it's committing one of the outlined very violent crimes, and at that point, we've lost them. It's too late.
Yeah, I agree with that. At 16, if something happens like that, you got a point there. And like I said, some part of the bill are very good. I just don't want it to be a catch-all, you know, where.
And the gentleman's time has expired. It's your recognized gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to recognize Mike Shaw's mom and dad, Vestavia Hills, Diana Shaw and Dr. Barry Shaw. Shelley, his wife, is also with us today. Let's give them a big hand.
Do I need to yield my time to Mr. Rogers for 30 seconds?
Treadway came to my house and tell him what you saw, Treadway. I still got that too, by the way. I'm a bachelor now, but go ahead.
All right. Well, this young lady was training me that was your goddaughter. I didn't know that.
Right.
She asked me to come over. Would I mind going to a friend's house to eat dinner? I was in my 20s. I show up in your house. I hope you don't mind this, but it's
Hey, go
referred
ahead.
to as the mansion in the hood.
That's what they call it.
Pretty big house.
That's what they call it.
First time I see this man, I'm in my 20s. I walk in. He takes me to his weight room. Now, you were a much bigger man back then.
Yeah.
And I knew you didn't use them. But in the middle...
It was good for clothes, right?
Well, in the middle of his weight room, in the mansion in the hood, was a hot tub. Now, I'm in my 20s. I don't know who he is. He takes me in there. He shows me the weights. He said, well, now, Treadway, I don't use these. And he points to a hot tub in the middle of a weight room. And he says he gets in there and turns on the bubbles, and it makes him float. And he looks up, and it's a ceiling full of mirrors. And he says, I just look at what God made. I was wondering. That was my first time I ever met this man. So, I mean, I remember getting in the car with the young lady that was your goddaughter, who was an incredible police officer. She was murdered on duty.
Right.
But I remember getting back in the car with her going, who was that clown? I mean, that was crazy. But I know you didn't want to hear that part, but that's what we talked about in the car.
Yeah.
But that was my first, and had many other times when I rode with a senior police officer, they actually pick where you eat. And a lot of times she'd pick your house, and that's how I ended up going in your house about 35 years ago.
Yeah.
You're still in the same house, right?
Leader Daniels, you sure you want to yield your time for that?
I'm
gonna have to reclaim
hey,
my time.
Okay,
hey,
all right.
It was good food, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great food. Your wife cooked it, you didn't, but yeah.
I had nothing to do with that part.
Yeah.
Well, that was pretty entertaining.
It took up 3 minutes, so.
So what I want to really clarify, because I think that there's been a lot of confusion as to where we are with this piece of legislation, the changes that were made in the Senate. I think that some of the things that we need to understand, I know that we've changed it from gang to more criminal enterprises, which targets the true intent of the actual legislation. Those individuals, whether it's a militia group or whether it's groups that are involved in criminal activity in general. So I know that initially we were concerned about the unintended consequences from a number of groups being, there being a lot of unintended consequences, and it looks like all of those things were addressed in this piece of legislation. So I'm certainly appreciative of that. It also took some of the penalties out relating to firearms that didn't have a connection with the crime involved.
Correct.
It also looked like it required parents' declaration of their child's gang activity to be voluntary to avoid being pressured by law enforcement. And so a lot of the concerns that we had in this piece of legislation has been addressed, and I know that there was a technical amendment was changed here on the floor today, and so I certainly appreciate that as well. And so I think, members, one of the things that we got to understand is, and I don't know that these things weren't just extracted from the bill and really put out and explained, but there have been a tremendous amount of changes to this legislation, and I know that members have the actual bill, but they've not necessarily seen the bill actually. So I think that there's a lot of confusion right now today, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of folks hadn't seen the legislation updated and those changes. And so I would ask the sponsor to really kind of go through that, or we take the time to kind of get members up to speed on where we are, because I think they'll find that this piece of legislation is really in a position to many of us to actually support the piece of legislation, because it targets the groups that we're actually trying to get, as opposed to the unintended consequences and the gray areas that was in the legislation prior to it being worked on through and going through the process in the Senate. And so I think that's kind of where the confusion is at this particular point. But I do think that it's important. I know that the sponsor may not want to carry it over to kind of get this process worked out, but I want to make certain that the members that are looking to come up and have a conversation about this legislation put at ease, and I think that when they see the changes, they will be at ease. Because I'm at the point where I am is, I don't necessarily see. I see all these changes and all these updates that are good changes, and I think it's in a position even for me to be supportive of this piece of legislation. And I think that the other members, if they had the information, whether you want to take the time to go through all those changes and lower the hay for the cows to eat on what those changes actually mean, so that it can put them at ease. And so that's kind of where I am.
And listen, I wish that the version, the engrossed one, had the strikeouts like we normally do. It would be a lot easier. I do have the amendments. We went through 2 pages of them. I'll be glad to go through the next 2, pick up where I left off.
Okay.
You know, I'd be glad to do that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Because there was a number of changes like you've already stated from upstairs. And again, I keep pointing out it came out unanimously up in the Senate, bipartisan support. The reason I say that's kind of rare on a bill like this. And that shows a lot of work went into it. Again, no indication of how.
And I just got out of a meeting with one of the senators, Democratic senators, that kind of went through the process with me of the changes that were made, and the bill being in a really good position. And so but I think for the rest of the members in the chamber that have any concerns, I do think it's important for us to kind of figure out how we could get this so that we can kind of move along, to make certain that we're able to move this process along smoothly, because it's just, you know, lack of information, and we don't want, and these members certainly don't want to put their vote and themselves on the line on a piece of legislation that they don't necessarily see all the changes and how that applies to the communities and their concerns. So that's kind of where I am on this. I know that, and I can go through some of the things that I described earlier, and so it looked like it addresses issues like the brandish of a firearm, discharge of a firearm. It addresses issues from the Class A felony of 25 years or more. It goes to Class B punishments on this piece of legislation as well. But I think that it's important that the sponsor kind of go through
Thank you.
even adopting the style of dress and other things that I think will help us.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we carry the bill over to the call of the chair? And right now, I will go meet with anybody that wants to meet in the speaker's conference room.
Okay.
We'll go over any of the changes that were made upstairs. It'll be a little easier to do that because I've got all the amendments. Again, I don't know why their system doesn't strike it out and put it in the system, but I'll be glad to go over it with anybody. Then we'll come back out here and we'll address it.
And so if you go over it now, we may be able to just work through this right now if that's however you want to do it.
Again, there's a number of lights on, a number of concern.
Okay.
I'll carry it over to the speaker and bring it right back up after at his discretion.
And I think
and I'll speak with anybody from Jefferson County or anywhere else from the state on the changes.
I think that's
to be able to clarify them.
I think that's great. Let's figure out a way to work through it. Thank you.
All right, listen. If I can have everybody's attention just a minute. So what we're going to do on this bill, the sponsors agreed to carry it over to the call of the chair. If you've got a question about these bills, there's been a number of changes that has happened in the Senate. I think he can clear most all of that up. So he's going to use the speaker's conference room. He's willing to meet with each member in the speaker's conference room and try to answer any question that you've got. And that way we'll bring it back up at the later on in the day. Okay? So all in favor of carrying the bill over the call of the chair, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The bill has been carried over the call of the chair. Clerk, call the next bill on the roll.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 129 by Senator Singleton relating to the Department of Corrections.
Chairman Hill, you recognize.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, today, if an individual goes to work from ALEA or from any other law enforcement agency and goes to work for the Department of Correction, that individual loses their A-post status and their A-post certification. We have 4 people that are working for the Department of Correction that are A-post certified but they have lost that because of going to work for DOC. That is not right. We ought to allow them to carry their A-post certification over from what they are doing to Department of Corrections because it helps them there, it helps them with their retirement. It is simply the right thing to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be glad to answer any questions, but that is the essence of this bill.
Chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Representative Boyd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Hey, Ms.
Could you
Boyd.
kind of slow down and start on page 1 with me and explain A-posts and the difference from where they're moving to? How many? One question at a time. First question.
What is A-post? And I may have to bring Representative. Let me tell you what A-post is. A-post is a certification that police officers get in order to serve. In other words, all of my police officers in St. Clair County and in Moody and Odeville, they're all A-post. It is something they must go through in order to serve as a law enforcement officer. And they get that certification, and I can't tell you how they get it. It's just a training course, ma'am. I've never been through it, but I do understand what it is.
Well, sir, I do too, but I wanted some specificity. All police officers saying are not A-post certified. Yes or no? I'm asking that. Because it leads into my next. Can you work as a police officer and not be A-post certified? I know what
Mr.
A-post
Speaker, I'm sorry, I'm not A-post, and perhaps, if you wouldn't mind, if these are technical questions, I'd rather have somebody answer them that.
You'll some of your time.
Would you mind?
Ms. Boyd, you okay with that?
Yes, ma'am. So anybody who is hired on at a law enforcement agency has a certain time period in which they have to attend a law enforcement academy, which then earns their law enforcement post certificate so they can be sworn as a sworn law enforcement police officer. Otherwise, they're considered like a civilian role and they're non-sworn. And then you have some agencies like the one that I'm affiliated with that are jail staff. We call them jail deputies, but they're non-sworn law enforcement officers. And the purpose of this bill is those individuals who have been previously A-post sworn law enforcement officers, if they continue to work for a period of time outside of their field, they will lose their A-post, their sworn law enforcement status. And so with this bill, the intent would be that so they could maintain and keep their A-post certification that they've had their entire career, but maybe they've moved over to serve in the Alabama Department of Corrections. They would then lose that certification if they don't work inside their field. This would keep them inside their field.
All right. How many will they be grandfathered in? How many does this affect approximately?
4.
Okay. How does these 4?
I may not know the technical answer, but I do know 4.
How does these 4 differ from people who are already there or almost ready to get?
So I believe, and maybe the sponsor can chime in, these 4 had earned their certification in prior line of employment, and they have now moved and serving inside the Department of Corrections, and because they're not considered A-post in that role, they would lose, it would lapse with time. So they're not getting anything they haven't already earned. They earned it. They went through the Law Enforcement Academy. They earned it. They've maintained standards, which includes mandated training hours. But they just are no longer working in their field anymore. So this would allow them to continue to be in their field of study, if you will, and maintain what they have already earned through their career.
Okay. Thank you so much.
In effect, ma'am, here's the deal. They've moved from being what I'm going to call line and scope police officers to administrative positions within Department of Corrections, and they just should not lose that A-post certification.
Okay. I'm not just standing here just to be debating for 10 minutes. That's not my real issue with it. My real issue is having lived with a law enforcement officer, which may be new to some of you, is to be able to think of things that I have witnessed and hope that these things don't occur or continue when you are promoting people. And I know everything is subject to subjectivity, but I would just hope, and by the grace of the good Lord, that we would be bringing on more people who would take understanding of what they do in their line of position. For you draw a gun when somebody made the wrong house or in the wrong neighborhood or dressing. I do appreciate you making a clarification for me, and maybe that'll clear me up.
I'm glad
not
to. That's why I
voting
wanted Beth.
no, because I do understand, and the rest is just left up to the judgment of who you're dealing with and who you hire, and just hope that they will do the best of their ability to use common sense instead of the trigger. Thank you so much.
Me too, ma'am. I got you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Don't get too far, Russell. We may have more technical questions. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to ask a couple questions. Dr. Boyd did a great job. Now, in the field of training, as it relates to police officers and getting APO certified, what type positions will they be taking in the Department of Corrections that will cause them to lose that certification?
The director of Department of Corrections, the associate director of Department of Corrections, there's two more that are involved in the administrative part of the Department of Corrections.
So they're not in the line of correcting people. They're just in the administrative.
Today, that's correct. Yes, sir, but prior to this, they had been.
Now, the question was asked earlier, are there any police officers that are on the job and they are not APO certified? And I will answer that, yes.
Okay, I'm not arguing. I don't know that answer.
I'm not a police officer, but I know some. You know, that was a chief of police that wasn't APO certified one time in this state, and that was a problem to me.
It would be to me too.
To have that there, to have him there, and not APOs. Are there any state troopers that are not APO certified?
I mean, my judgment would be no, but again, maybe okay. Here you go. Mr. Pettis is down here. He's saying no. They're all APO.
See, this is a certification that this separates you from the. It should separate you from the bad cops and the good cops, but it does not, because there's some APOS people that's just terrible.
There may be, but you know what? If we don't train people, what are we going to do?
Well, it's not the training. It's the heart.
I understand, but
every individual has a difference, and some in there for the wrong reason. But just like any other profession. But
sure,
I appreciate this. You know, even in education, I could have stayed certified, and I do because you can always apply and get your certification back. I'm a licensed counselor, but you have to stay in your field, you know, out of position. I can't do too much counseling up here, but I do, and I'm certified in that. But it's a matter of having that position. You are trained, you've gone through the training, you've been certified, you got your certificate of proof. Are you being lowered profession in the Department of Correction? Is something wrong here? Just because you're in an administrative position, but you're still in a position of correction.
And I'm trying to allow them to keep the.
And I like that. I like what you're doing, but why was that in the first place? Why would I lose my certification if I wanted to take on a job at the Department of Correction?
I can't answer that question. I think we take things as they are, maybe not as they should be.
Judge Hill, it's the situation, that's the question I asked, that anybody can be a correction officer, right?
Can anybody?
What are the qualifications to be a correctional officer?
Probably, I think most of them are A-post certified, but I'm not positive. Are correction officers A-post certified, Russell? Yeah.
It's a whole different certification.
Okay.
Whew.
But these are individuals that I'm talking about have been through.
I understand. I want that to be. I want them to keep their certification because it's a standard.
It is a standard.
And you want to stay up there. You don't want to be lowered. That's what I'm saying. And they shouldn't be because they're transferring their job.
And they should not suffer a loss because they take a position of administration and leadership within the Department of Corrections.
I agree with you 100%.
And I want the best people we can get there.
Thank you for bringing this. Maybe we get a little difference in people that are supposed to be watching over those who's incarcerated. They have a better idea, attitude toward those that they are supposed to be protecting. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Pettis.
I'm just trying to make them whole. I'm just trying to make them whole. Go ahead, Philip.
Thank you. Basically, what this bill does, it just says commissioner and the deputy commissioner in the past have not been law enforcement. It says if they are prior law enforcement, they get to keep their certification. If they're APO certified, they have to be trained every year. They have to keep their training up, the qualifications. They do everything that a regular law enforcement does. Troopers, deputies, all law enforcement that are APO certified has to go through this training every year. They have to go through the basic training at the start of their career, and then every year they have to have in-service training to keep up with their career. To me, this is a very good bill, and I appreciate you bringing it.
And I appreciate the explanation.
Chair,
Y'all
thanks,
understand it better
gentlemen.
than I
Chair
do.
recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman here.
Sure.
APOST is Alabama Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission. That's what APOST is.
Okay.
Okay. Again, I just want to come and say I thank you for doing this bill. I understand what's at stake here. I think that these officers, they've served their time well in law enforcement. And I think some of them are still doing law enforcement, even though they're in corrections.
I do too.
They have continued to do that. So I just want to come up and just thank you so much. I don't think that when you look at a person going from one profession to another one, and in the state of Alabama, as you know, they went from Aaliyah to corrections.
Yes,
and our corrections needed assistance. And I think I just commend them for giving up their jobs with Aaliyah and going to DOC to try to correct that problem. I just want to say again, thank you for trying to get this bill approved, and I encourage everyone to vote for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate your support.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Residence Van.
A wonderful day in the neighborhood, a wonderful day. I think I've
gotten most of the clarity. The APO certification, really the APO certification is supposed to be like a certification of excellency that sets you above the rest. It almost puts you in a different category. And I'm just trying to get, I just want to be clear as to who can get the certification and when. I don't have a problem with the bill, and I'm going to support the bill. I've gotten several calls about it when it was first sponsored in, so I'm good on that. But I just like to educate myself so I'll be knowledgeable and know what I'm voting on. So, can you enlighten me just a little?
Obviously, we have individuals that are APO certified. There are certain positions within the administration that if you take those positions, you lose that certification. Most of these are leadership positions within the Department of Corrections. So what this bill does is say, if you are APO certified at the point in time that you take that position, then you do not lose your APO certification.
Okay.
You can retain it, which is good for them, and really and truly, it's good for us, too.
It's really good for the state, and that's my understanding. So if you're in a department or you're in law enforcement somewhere else, you're in this particular position, and then, for instance, you leave the city of Birmingham, or you leave whatever position you're in, position A, and you are already APO certified, and you're, for instance, a lieutenant, APO certified there, and you take on this position with the state of Alabama. Therefore, you take that position, that APO certification travels with you. Therefore, you will not lose it.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, and I think it actually helps the state.
Me too. It's no point in punishing an individual for asking him to do something for us.
Or starting
and
over.
Take something away from
Yeah, or taking it from them, and then they have to start all over to get the certification.
And
Yeah.
you may lose some applicants that you otherwise could get.
Yeah, and I just think where we are, as I mentioned, even, and I know it doesn't have much to do with it, but even where we are, we're in a predicament. I mentioned the city of Birmingham, but just where we are with law enforcement, period. I think whatever we can do to maintain law enforcement or corrections or what have you, that we should do what we can. We pass bills now to do what we can do to maintain business and to bring in big business, manufacturing, and things of that nature, and to put in incentives. I think this could almost serve as an incentive with regards to our corrections and our law enforcement here in the state of Alabama, because as I mentioned, the APO certification itself is really more or less a certification that could be deemed or considered one of excellency, or something that gives you an advantage that puts you on a higher level as it relates to in those rankings. So, yeah. All right, appreciate it.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 129. The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, no nays. The SB 129 is given final passage.
And we appreciate it, and I appreciate Russell and Philip coming down here and giving me some technical explanation, because I really did not know those answers. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 54 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 313 with substitute by Senator Butler, relating to the Alabama Department of Economic and Community Affairs.
Chair recognizes Representative Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 313, it authorizes the Department of Economic and Community Affairs to oversee the Saturn 1B rocket project at the Welcome Center in North Alabama. The money was allocated in the regular budget. So this is just an opportunity for them to be able to contract and oversee the money that was put into the budget. And I have a substitute.
Explain the substitute.
Okay, the substitute, okay, DECA isn't in that type of business, so the substitute allows them to oversee, go through contracts, design phases with people who are familiar with that and to work with the U.S. Space and Rocket Center. Then there was a cleanup. This went through the General Fund Committee, and there was a cleanup that they needed some supportive administrative process with some allocation that was put in the general fund budget. There was $500,000 to West Alabama Utilities, $500,000 to Bay Minette Utilities, and $500,000 to Washington County for economic development. But it did not have the language that was needed, so it cleaned it up. The chairman of the general fund cleaned it up also with this bill. With that, I'll ask for final passage or answer questions if I can.
Question for the body's adoption of the sub to SB 313. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 yeas, no nays, 1 abstention. The substitute is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage, please.
Question for the body is now final passage of SB 313. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 101 yeas, 1 abstention. SB 313 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the body.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 285 by Senator Roberts, relating to the World Police and Fire Games 2025.
Thank you, members. This is very similar to the bill we passed for the World Games that allows medical professionals to be certified if they are licensed in another state and they come in and they are certified by the World Games. This is for the police. This is for our first responders World Games, the Police and Fire World Games in 2025 in Birmingham, allowing doctors or trainers who have certifications in their state who travel and are certified to have those same privileges in Alabama, just at the sites for those Police and Fire World Games. And with that, if there's no questions, I move for final passage.
Question for the body's passage of SB 2. The chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. McCampbell from Marengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield? Sir. I'm here asking basically for some information because come next year I'll have a bill similar to this. Now, are we going to license them in Alabama, or is there some sort of reciprocal agreement that this will establish, or just how is it going to?
I would look at it as it's allowing someone who has that license and certification in another state or in another country.
Okay.
If they are a licensed doctor, athletic trainer, and they have that certification, then for this event and this event only, at the locations of this event, and they have to be certified by the World Game Organization,
okay,
then they will be allowed to practice and give that treatment and render that aid, even though they don't have a license in Alabama. But it's very limited. It has to be on the sites of the World Games for these police and firemen, and it has to be. They have to actually, approve you.
Okay.
But it's basically, I would call it more like AJ, like an exemption.
Okay.
We're not giving them an Alabama license.
So the Medical Association of Alabama, how will they be involved in this? Or will they?
They won't.
I'm trying to find out who are we certifying it to that these, I know you're saying the World Games itself, but I'm just trying to follow the path so
Sure.
that when I have this one next year, I'll have an understanding of what I need to be looking, who I need to be talking to.
Well, and I'll say this, certainly don't want to take the credit for this bill. This is Senator Roberts' bill, but I do know it was modeled after what was done for the World Games in Birmingham.
Okay.
And this is the police and fire World Games.
Okay.
And so they're following the exact same process. I've read the bill several times, and what it seems to me is they're going to credential these people.
Okay.
And
That's the,
but they do have to hold a license in another state, and the
Right.
organization has to make sure of that.
okay. That's what I needed.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 235. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 235 passes. Clerk, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you, members.
On page 48 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 233 by Senator Chambliss, relating to the Joint Transportation Committee.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Mobile.
Thank you for the recognition. It's my pleasure to bring this bill from the Joint Transportation Committee, sponsored by Senator Chambliss, who's the current chair of the Joint Transportation Committee. This bill simply just changes up when the rotation will take place of the chairmanship and changes the date of some of the reporting. And with that, I'd ask for a final passage, sir.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 233. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 233 passes.
Thank you, the body. Thank you, sir.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 280 by Senator Hovey, relating to the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, SB 280 addresses the Secretary of State's office. Currently, they are required to maintain over 10 copies of books, of code books in their office. This would save space by reducing that amount down to 5. Obviously, they have electronic copies in this day and age. If you've had code books delivered to your office, you know that they're cumbersome. There are over 57 books in each series of code. So this would reduce space in their warehouse and free up some room. So with that, I move for final passage.
With that explanation, the question for the body is voting on SB 280. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays. SB 280 passes.
Thank you, Speaker and members.
Clerk will call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 315 by Senator Roberts, relating to public utilities.
Chair recognizes the Representative Holsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 315 is basically this proposed legislation change provides that the Alabama Public Service Commission authority can start considering and approving qualified new lifeline providers that it selects so that more eligible Alabamians can afford cellular service. The FCC for about 10 years has failed to consider adding any new entrants into Alabama. So basically what they're trying to do is allow this to open that up and provide them with the opportunity to have more providers to serve low-income citizens under their Lifeline program that was created by the Reagan administration. And with that, I'll move for final passage.
Well, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Mr. McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, And I think this is probably more of a question for the rules chair, but we moving kind of fast today, and I'm trying to figure out where are we upstairs. You know, because if we need to slow down a little bit to get something handled upstairs, then, you know, I'm just trying to find out where are we. If the young lady, I know you can't answer that.
I can't answer that question.
Mr. McCampbell, I think the leadership's working on that right now.
The leadership
I
is
think
working
that's
on
the
that.
reason why I'm sitting here.
When can we expect some sort of?
I'd like to be able to answer that question, but I don't have one for you. Sorry.
Don't have one.
Not
for
right
me?
now.
Okay. Is your? Oh, okay. Okay. Is your bill a good bill?
Senator Roberts' bill is a great bill.
It's a great bill.
Sure.
And he just, you know, he just gave me something to look at here. So, you know, if you can just tell me a little bit about your bill so we can see where we are while I look at this.
I would be happy to do that.
Okay. Public utilities. What kind of public utility?
So, Representative McCampbell, this bill basically is going to change that it brings will provide the Alabama Public Service Commission the authority to start considering and approving qualified new lifeline providers that it selects so that more eligible Alabamians can afford cellular service to access telemedicine, to call a healthcare provider or help them avoid the ER, access remote learning opportunities, call 911.
So this is a real good bill in terms of making, I guess, the low-cost cellular a little more affordable because we are creating a line of competition. Is that how you see it?
Correct.
Okay, and so I should be able to get my Boost Mobile for a little bit less, maybe, if they've got somebody. How many do we have in the state right now? How many are?
I think we have 3. Please don't hold me
Think
to
we
that, but I
have
think
3?
it's 3.
Okay, and I think you're probably right. So I think we
It's 3 or 4.
are going to add a few more.
Yes.
To this, hopefully, if this bill passes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you believe this bill is going to pass. I think I'm going to even support this one.
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Question for the body's passage of SB 315. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 yeas, no nays. SB 315 passes.
Thank you, members.
Members, the chair would like to recognize Tricia and Adam Strange. Tricia is the chairman of the Mobile County Republican Party, and she is a guest of Representative Showery, Stringer, Simpson, Brown, Wilcox, and y'all forgot me, so. Hey, and their daughter Lillian is paging today. Clerk will call the next bill in the special order.
On page 28 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 57 by Senator Weaver relating to the Board of Nursing.
The chair would like to wake Mr. Oliver.
And Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is a bill that we worked on with a task force last summer. and it is a good thing for nursing and helps relieve some of the burden we have on our healthcare workforce. This time I'd like to ask for the BR. Oh, I'm sorry. As I wake up here, pardon me. Could we have a final passage, please?
With that explanation, the question for the body's passage of SB 57. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. The clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. SB 57 passes.
I thank the members.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 83 by Senator Weaver relating to crimes and offenses.
Chair recognizes Representative Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 83 is the companion bill to HB 428, which was passed on May the 23rd. This is a District Attorney Association and DHR bill. Under existing law, child abuse is a Class C felony. This bill would define mistreat to include intentional behavior that inflicts unnecessary or unjustifiable pain or suffering on a child without causing physical injury to the child, and would expand the definition of child abuse to include willful mistreatment. If no questions, Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of SB 83.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, the question for the body's final passage of SB 83. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, no nays. SB 83 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 162 by Senator Butler relating to the Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners.
Chair recognizes Representative Lomax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 162 increases the daily stipend for board members of the State Board of Veterinary and Medical Examiners. It's currently $200 a day. That's going to go up to $400 a day. This is paid out of the veterinarian's licensing fees, so it doesn't hit our taxpayer dollars, but the real reason for this was that it costs veterinarians about $600 to $750 a day of their income to go down and serve on this board. So this is going to make it to where they can help recruit people to this important board. With that, I ask for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 162. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. That's SB 162 is passed.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Chair.
Clerk will call the next bill in the special order calendar.
On page 60 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 284 by Senator Chambliss relating to public safety.
Chair recognizes Representative South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would provide an opportunity for those that own dams to voluntarily be a part of the dam safety program. This program provides for the inspection of in-service dams in order to find deficiencies before they become a problem or lead to potential failure. Again, this is totally voluntary. I move for final passage. Yeah, damn good bill.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
Representative South, I don't know if this is your last bill or not, but I would not let this opportunity go by saying, after I heard your explanation of this bill, I will just damn be damned that we have a bill to do what?
That allows for dams to be voluntarily entered into the dam safety program.
Well, damn. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hall from Madison.
your colleague said to me this was a good damn bill. So.
That's right.
So, but my only thing is, these are dams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are dams that are created. These are not like animals, beavers, etc.
Correct.
That are created.
And not already regulated by another entity. So this doesn't affect any dam that is already regulated, such as Alabama Power, TVA, Corps of Engineers. All of those are regulated at the federal level by the FERC.
So who needs this now?
I think it would be more private dams that need inspection, and it's more of a preventative maintenance kind of thing, so that they could enter into this program. The dam safety program would then come out and assess those dams and provide input for preventative maintenance.
And I noticed on page 5, it basically indicates those people that would be considered owners are like municipal cities,
Yep.
counties, public utilities that are not
Not
like the
already
TV.
regulated. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question for the body now is final passage of SB 284. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 284 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's give him a big hand. The chair would like to recognize in the gallery Collins Stathagen. She is the daughter of Scott, Leader Stathagen. Where's she at today? Let's give her a big hand. Thank you for being with us, Collins. Clerk, call SB 143 back up, please.
On page 59 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 143 by Senator Barfoot relating to crimes and offenses.
Okay, members, I'm going to be as fair as I can be about this. If you didn't go in that meeting and hear what was going on, if your light is on, I am not calling on you. Understand that. I don't care. You should have been in there. First person to be called is Representative Mary Moore of Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And gentlemen, just to be brief, you know, understanding goes a long way. It's just that we didn't know all of the changes that had been made in this bill, and we appreciate the opportunity to be able to dialogue with you. I know everybody that went in to take advantage of that opportunity. I thank you, and it's Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, want to reiterate what my colleague said. I had issues with this bill. Now they're solved. And what I want to do is just to say thank you to Mr. Speaker for doing that, because this is the way the leadership is supposed to work. And this is the way when we're supposed to come as one to have an understanding and do things decent and in order. And so with learning what I have learned and expressing my concerns, I am for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to take this moment to thank you for taking the time out to go in and let's discuss it and deal with the issues and concerns and deal with the word. Like I said, we was talking about the gang and the misconception. Sometimes the way, media painted, and we just, hopefully as this thing goes out, that it's not being recognized as a gang, but to be able to criminal infire, so that, that everybody here can rally around and be supportive of this bill that we're working together and everything. We definitely don't let the Senate outbeat us on how we vote, but I would encourage everyone to make a vote and that we vote uniformly as a body so that we can represent this bill. But it's a good work. The concerns have been addressed, and we just thank you, Mr. Speaker,
Sure.
for working with us and getting these concerns back. Thank you.
I also want to thank the speaker for that. It allowed me to sit back and listen a little bit more, and sometimes it gets really chaotic on this floor. Give me an opportunity to explain it.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 143 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 95 ayes, 6 nays, 1 abstention. SB 143 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank the member. Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess to the call of the chair.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are recessed. House come to order. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Butler relating to the State Board of Genetic Counseling.
Yeah, it's mine. You want it? Yeah, yeah. I pay like a minute. I pay like a minute. Yeah.
Representative Rogers, you recognize.
Hey, this bill just allows them to have electronic meetings and to be able to grant continuing education programs for the Board of Genetic Counseling. Allow them to have electronic meetings by electronic means. That's all it does. Move past it, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Right here.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Sure will.
Tell me exactly what you're doing.
I'm trying to move for the Board of Genetic Counseling to have, maybe have meetings by electronic means instead of being in person. They can do it like everybody else does, and also provide grants and continuing education at other different colleges and universities around the state of Alabama.
All right, thank you. When this bill passes, I'd like to have it read at length, please.
Okay. Move past, Mr. Speaker.
That is question. Passage of SB 221. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 221 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Should have asked for it before. I'll get you next time.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 290 by Senator Gavan relating to public works contracts.
Mr. Speaker, this time I asked to carry this bill over.
That is question. Carry the bill. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been carried over.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 335 by Senator Hatcher relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners and Counseling.
Mr. Speaker, temporary carry over this bill over. Call the chair.
Bill's been carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 53 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 294 by Senator Stewart relating to state employees.
Chairman Sales, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is simply add one extra non-merit at-will position to cabinet agencies. To currently have 2 exempt positions. This will allow for 3, and not all agencies use this. About 40% of the agencies max out, and that 40% needs another position. That's what it does. At this time, I ask for the final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you give me some idea what this does in terms of, I understand that each department does have an opportunity, if an individual is not a merit employee, to hire or bring on. Is that what I understand?
Right. The cap now is 2 per department. This raises it to 3, and if the department has over 1,000 employees, it raises it to 4. But only about 40% of the departments max out this amount or utilize this. So we're just talking about at-will employees. Most of them are temporary, stuff like that.
Right, and so would you give me an example of some of those because I'm assuming you're looking for experts in these areas.
It
Am I
could be
correct?
experts. It could be just anybody they need that's going to work just temporary basis.
So if I needed an attorney for a specific area and in this, say, I'll just take any agency. If there was a need for that type of individual, then this slot is open.
Right.
for
It
that.
might be cheaper to hire them for a temporary basis than it would be to hire them hourly through their rate,
Okay.
something like that. So.
So I'm sure you're aware, if we look at each department, you look at whether it's Medicaid, DHR, the challenge that I've heard and learned is that we don't have a system that is very well designed that allows if a person is utilizing the services within DHR or Medicaid, that their computer system don't always connect. Have you heard that or had that concern raised with you?
I know we have a lot of computer problems since we've got a new system a few years back.
And I'm not sure that we have made any major corrections to that situation. Are you aware of any?
No, ma'am, I'm not. But this could fall into that same category.
And so if it did fall in that category, then do you have, and I didn't look at the dollar amount that it projected.
No,
you remember the fiscal note?
It doesn't increase. It had to work within their own budget. It's not a budgeted item, so they have to work within their own budget.
So if it's not within the budget, then they're not able to do it.
Right. They have to use existing funds.
So the other part is, so you're saying any area. There's no specific area.
Well, there's not not every area in the agency fits into this. So yes, it's not for the complete agency. It would be certain like administrative roles and stuff like that.
So why did we go to, if only 40% of them are using it, why did we go to 4 versus?
Well, the 4 is for the larger agencies so some agencies don't need them at all. The larger agencies really need them. So that's what this is about.
All right. And in this process, it would be as we bid out anything else, if it was a product or this is a personnel. It's a personnel. So if you had a choice, you were choosing for the agencies, which one would you find that would get the greatest amount of your attention?
There's a lot of needs a lot of attention, I would think. The major ones, Medicaid, prison system, all that, I think need, they'll probably use it more than anybody.
So, okay. So in that respect, as it relates to children, another area that I don't know the criteria of what they're using, but I'd say like mental health.
Correct. That'd be a good one.
That when we look at mental health, we know that the need, how great it is. And then when you look at the homeless, that it becomes even greater. That, to me, that seems to be, remember I said this is my opinion, so,
right.
And no one asked me for my opinion, so I'm giving it today.
Well, I appreciate
it. But no, it's not so much that as much as it is just out of respect in terms of making sure that I'm stating it's my opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
And so at this point, that is why I am raising these questions. And so my final question would be that as we move forward, do you think this would be an opportunity for these agencies to continue this process, to be an effective organization? Are we collecting any data to determine the effectiveness of these additions?
We're not collecting data, but I'm sure the agency's going to evaluate if this is working or not. Surely,
you think so?
They're paying for it out of their own budget. It's not like we're funding them. So if it's not working, I think they're going to want to.
Should we not possibly request that we have a report on the success or the lack of success for for the addition, having the opportunity to have these?
Yeah, I'm
employees?
sure we can talk to personnel and they might could work something up like that for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 294. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 294 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body, and thank you, Ms. Hall.
Thank you, gentlemen.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 150 by Senator Gavan relating to real property.
Mr. Speaker, request temporary carry this over to the call of chair.
All those in favor carried over? Any opposed? Bill's carried over. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 50 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 299 with amendment by Senator Orr relating to tax incentives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is SB 99. This was the bill that basically sunsets credits that are not previously sunset. There are 5 or 6 credits, and so this would just basically sunset them in 2028, 5-year period. Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Thank you. So would you give me a little more information as it relates to Senate Bill 299? I think this is a House. Did you do the House bill for that?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead. I'm
So
listening.
basically, so what we did was in the, we're now, when we pass a credit, tax credit, we're sunsetting all the credits as a matter of practice. There were some credits that were on the books that the Brownfield Development Tax Abatement Act, the Rural Physicians Tax Credit, Coal Production Tax Credit, Reemployment Act of 2010, Full Employment Act of 2011, Veterans Employment Act, Irrigation Equipment Tax Credit, Entertainment Industry Incentive Tax Act, Alabama Enterprise Zone Act. Those credits were not, there's no sunset. So this bill, as introduced, would basically sunset those credits in 2028.
So you started with the rural physicians, and they are to be sunsetted in 2028? Is that what you're saying?
Right. And so what we do, of course, the purpose of the sunset is for us to evaluate the effectiveness of all the credits.
Okay.
And all the credits that we are now adopting for the past several years, we put sunset dates so that we can review them and review their effectiveness. And that's what these are credits, though, that are just on the books. Some of these are not being utilized, but we need to understand what they are and sunset them in 5 years.
So I have rural physicians, Alabama Enterprise.
So the Brownfield Development
Hold
Tax.
up, just a moment. I'm trying to find out about each one of these.
Okay.
All right.
The Rural Physician Tax Credit.
Okay.
The Coal Production Tax Credit.
Coal Production.
Reemployment Act of 2010. Full Employment Act of 2011.
Which kind of employment act?
Full Employment Act of 2011. Veterans Employment Act. Irrigation Equipment Tax Credit. Entertainment Industry Incentive Act. in the Alabama Enterprise Zone Act.
So let me start from the bottom. The entertainment, help me to understand that.
I really don't know the details to each of the credits, each of these credits, but these are credits that don't have a sunset.
No sunset.
So the idea would be that we would sunset them 12/31/28.
So if they don't have a sunset, we
They-
don't know anything about them,
Well,
but we're going to give them.
well, presumably. So I mean, I'm making an assumption here, but right
I
now
hear
when
you.
when we pass a credit, we want a sunset, and we usually we're going on a pay-as-you-go basis now. We
Right.
don't front the credits. In the past, we would front the credits and then not get a lot of reporting out of it. Now we have LFO that does an analysis every year of all the credits, the effectiveness of those. We're beginning to collect data, and we don't have a lot of data because it's only been doing this for the past several years. So what we're doing here is basically saying, okay, let's look at the credits that are on the books that we're not getting any information on as a legislature, and we also don't have a sunset, and let's put these up for sunset. Now, I'll tell you the rest of the story. There's an amendment that the committee added here. The committee basically stripped a lot of these out because we're wanting the Senate to take some action on some other issues. And so the thought would be if we can move this bill, that we might be able to get in conference or get some of these sunsets reoccurred. What this did was in the amendment was to add back to enhance the coal production credit. We know, for example, the coal production credit is not really being utilized like it needs to be utilized. So this language was basically more favorable to that, and we're going to basically allow these sunsets to be determined. We want the Senate to restore the sunsets.
So you're saying that
This bill, as amended in the committee, basically says that the sunset, it removed the sunset period of this, but expanded or beefed up the definitions within the coal tax credit, and then we want to move this along. But we want to get these passed before the end. But actually, Representative Daniels proposed the amendment, and we're agreed to take the amendment in hopes that maybe help some other legislation move along in the Senate.
But you say your amendment only focuses on one particular area. That's the coal production.
The amendment enhances the description of the coal production credit, but also removes all these other sunsets. And hopefully we can get this at conference, and we'll have some agreement on some other things that are important that would get this restored.
So when you say it removes the sunset, from our perspective, from the House perspective, the sunset was set at 28, year 28.
No, that was what the Senate bill was, a 2020. Yeah, the original bill was 2028.
Exactly. Okay.
Right. Yeah, and then and it was a Senate bill as well. That's what this is, right? Yeah, Senate
Okay.
bill. And the House version was the same thing, and we passed the House version. But what's happened here in the Senate version is we basically are removing those sunsets from the bill. And therefore, this bill, if it moves, will go to conference, and hopefully that will help us with some other legislation that's important to the House.
Well, let me stop there. This is a tactic by which to get the Senate to the table by removing the sunsets. Is that what I'm hearing? I got you. Okay. So you got the sunset. Now we're going to remove the sunset so we can go to the committee. And what do you expect to accomplish in the committee?
We hope that everybody's in a posture to restore the sunsets back then, at that point, because there's some other legislation that's important to the House. The House has unanimously passed some legislation that's important, and we're trying to move that along in the Senate, and we're hopeful to get that across the finish line.
I see. So you have.
And Representative Daniels brought this amendment.
Okay, it's all right. I don't care who brings it. If it's good, it's good. I hear you. It's also.
I'm
good.
tipping your. He's interested in several things that I think we.
And I am too. I'm interested in also not necessarily have to be told where I need to be and what I need to do either.
Right.
That's just me.
Right.
And so in that process, I only, but anyway, what I hear is that this is a strategy or plan.
Well, it's a good. I think the bill to sunset these credits that don't sunset is the appropriate thing to do and good policy, and hopefully that's where we'll wind up.
Right.
At the present time, we'll move the bill along to get to that point where hopefully we can come to agreement to do that.
Right. And so and I do find it, and I think it's a good move. So I'm not saying that what you're doing is, I do think it is important because we do so many things that we just kind of leave to happen on its own. We don't get in reports on them. We don't understand what they're doing. And it sounds like all of these that you've just listed are areas that we should be concerned about, especially if we're doing tax credits. And it just seems the rural physicians.
Yeah, you know, we've had several different rural physician, this one's called the Rural Physician Tax Credits. We have several tax credits addressing physicians and residency programs with healthcare. There are a lot of things we're doing, but what we're doing now is we're basically paying those as they are earned or as they deliver the intended result. This was one, I don't even know the year this one was adopted, but it is not, it's there forever. It may not even be utilized right now.
Is this the one that there was a Dr. Wheat?
Dr. Who, I'm sorry.
I think his name was Dr. Wheat that worked at UAB. Is this a part of that?
I don't
know.
I really don't know.
And I may not even have the right name. I just know that the rural physician has been around for a while, and I've never heard that it wasn't
Some of
working.
these, because they don't sunset, some of these have not necessarily been, we don't know if these have been updated, they're not getting reported. We're not even sure the utilization of them.
The veterans.
Again, we've done several things to.
What were we doing? What was the goal of that one initially?
Again, I don't know, because all I know is these are credits on the books that don't sunset. And we said, let's take the next 5 years. We're not going to eliminate them right now because they may be working, maybe good. We don't have any information, so let's give it a 5-year sunset. At that point, we'll review everything and determine whether it's something we should continue or not.
And so when you count the number, how many of those did we have? Did I get 10? I had more than 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I wrote the co-production twice. Well, I think that you've given me enough information on that, and I'd be interested in seeing how we collect the data to make sure that they are productive in doing what they're supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Pardon? Need to adopt the committee amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's a question for the body. I've got 2 lights on. You'll go ahead and adopt the amendment. You want to speak on the amendment? Adopt the amendment. Okay, thank you. Question for the body is adoption of the minute. The clerk will unlock machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment has been adopted. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Danny, then when you start about sunset, you're into something, but you keep missing it. All you missing first about is the coal tax. Then I looked on the other page. You got a whole bunch of other stuff on the second page, which is like a catch-all bill. The first part of it dealing with all with coal and stuff like that. Then you look on through it. I looking through it. You get over on 987, talking about the brownfield development.
Yes. So, again, what we did here was to delay or to remove the sunsets for these credits with respect to the coal production credit. We expanded the language to make it more amenable to their current needs and practices for the coal industry, because the utilization of the credit, I think this allows it to be claimed against an additional tax.
Okay.
So it just expands it to make it more usable. That industry, as you know, is under some pressure. It's important to the state. So this would allow a little more flexibility in their ability to assess and utilize this credit. But that's really what we did here, was expand that portion of it.
then you go into the full employment act. I mean, it's really a catch-all bill, really.
Yeah, the initial intent of the bill was to sunset all these credits that don't sunset.
Okay.
And then we, again, as the bill was amended, all we're doing is really at this point expanding the usage of the coal tax credit to apply to some taxes that would help them in that near-term industry, with the hopes that when this bill gets to conference, that we're able to restore all these sunsets on all the credits.
I saw that about the coal, but then you went into the Veterans Employment Act. You went into the Full Employment Act.
Again, all it did on those was to basically say in 5 years, those credits will sunset. So in 5 years, we'll look to see if we renew them or not.
Okay. I say you talk about coal, but it's a catch-all. It catches a whole lot of more than just a coal.
Right. Well, I think we knew from the fact that we didn't hear a lot from people on these other credits when the bill was introduced tells us those credits are probably not being utilized. I'm making an assumption here, not being utilized or not being not widely utilized. Certainly the coal situation was something that they are using. And again, we're not sunsetting that immediately, but looking for a 5 years down the road.
It's one that really caught my eye because I've been working on this myself and on some things. And then I saw you sunset the entertainment industry incentive tax down on page line 122 on page 5. Mm-hmm. The entertainment industry incentive act, you sunset it. Why?
Well, again, it's out there forever. We just passed another recently in the Jobs Act.
I know.
So we're looking at it, but this is an old tax that's been out there that doesn't sunset, because it used to be that we passed tax credits and we didn't ever sunset them, nor did we require reporting of the annual reporting, nor did we require that those credits be taken after the company or individual, whatever, had basically generated income to offset those taxes or whatever it was to offset the taxes. Now we're going pay as you go. We're saying that if we do a tax credit, you have to do certain things before you get the credit. So we're not dinging the state coffers before we have the income or the revenue. And we're also basically saying we're going to sunset at a date certain to evaluate the effectiveness.
Okay, I know that, but sunset means you ended it, right?
Right.
But that concerned me quite a bit.
You sunset it, it ends, but then a lot of these, we have a sunset committee that every year comes back and says, we recommend that we renew these items, these credits, these boards, these whatever, because they sunset at a certain time, but we always we have a sunset day where we come back and basically the sunset committee recommends the credits or the boards or whatever the issue is that we will continue. So this gives us a chance to look at these that aren't up in that on our radar and do that.
What concerns me, Ms. Wilcox, because of the fact that I don't sit on many, but I sit on boards commission. And I thought this should have been something we deal with in boards and commission. I don't know if Mr. Speaker feel like, but especially when you talk about sunsetting that for the film industry, I'm trying to build that industry up where we get more taxes, more things to build that up.
Well, I respect that. I would obviously say that the fact that we don't have a booming film industry in the state tells me
we should have.
But this credit's not doing very much, is what it tells me. That's my intuition. So I think we need to.
Well, I beg to differ, because of the fact that for a long time we had a thing to deal with it. But then they combined it with another thing down in the governor's office. But this state loses a ton of money because of the fact that then we're going to turn and sunset what we got. You finna lose a whole lot of money. We passed a bill the other day to increase the tax, incentives for the sunset industry. Then you come back and then you're going to sunset it.
Well, this is a different credit. This is a credit that's not being utilized very much.
Well, why is it not being utilized? Maybe utilized because we're not pushing like we should push.
Well, that's why we would want to sunset. We want to look to see why is the credit working or not working, and then make a decision.
That's kind of back into something. You gonna tell me we gonna cut it out? We trying to build it up, but we gonna cut it out, then go back into it and rebuild it. That don't make sense. Then
we're gonna look. We're gonna wait.
I turned truck yesterday.
Well, right now, if this bill doesn't pass, or eventually, then this credit will stay on the books forever. But right now we're basically saying let's look at it in 5 years.
Well, why don't we just pull that out? I'm concerned about that one because I'm pushing the fact that the movie industry get more incentives. And then you gonna turn around, I'm gonna sunset them. And we just passed a bill to try to do more for the film industry. That particular one caught me. Because I've been working on it for a long time myself, trying to help the film industry get out. The state should be doing more, and then you gonna come around and sunset it. That's the one that really caught my eye. That's why I came down in the first place. Yeah. I mean, I don't understand about the brownfield and all that other. I mean, there's a lot of them auto sunset. It may save the state some money, but I didn't want that particular one sunsetted. And I know it's too late to do amendment, but I don't want to do anything to hurt the film industry. And Mayor Jones will tell you, we met at the with several actors and actresses over at the hotel in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And they were talking about the same thing, how this state bags anything.
From the discussion we've had the last several weeks, I get the impression that this whole film industry and that area is going to be on our radar and going to be something we're going to discuss about in the future. We've kind of laid the foundation in the Jobs Act with the tourism credit and added a component for that. I think we'll be looking at what do we need to have to make it effective if we go down that road as an industry. This particular one is going to stay on the books at least for 5 more years, but we may determine as part of our analysis that this needs to be expanded or maybe replaced. But I think what we're doing right now is basically saying that any credit, I mean, obviously, again, our philosophy has been now as a legislature that we don't put anything on the books like this forever. We need to look at it, review it, see if it's working, see if it's accomplishing its purposes. And these are credits that are out there that we have really no information about. We don't really know if they're working.
We'll put this on you in your Funkin' Wagner.
And what? I'm sorry.
Put this in your Funkin' Wagner, wherever you want to put it, and save it. Save that.
I haven't heard that in a long time. How about Encyclopedia Britannica? World Book.
So we will come back and revisit that one because Ms. Wilcox will tell you, all of us will tell you, Ms. Wilcox will tell you that that's something we're all concerned about is the movie industry. And we don't want to do anything to interfere with that possibility of what it can do for bringing funds to the state of Alabama. And I'm very concerned about it because I passed the first incentive tax and went all over then Georgia and Mississippi came back and beat ours. And so anytime we start taking something away, it gives the other state an advantage over us. And I don't want that to happen. That's why I'm concerned. And I would actually take that one off, but if you say I got 5 years.
Yeah, I think really what we're gonna wind up doing, I think, is probably just replacing this that's been on there for I don't even know when it started, with something that's more robust and that really is designed to attract today's industry. A lot of these credits are put in place, decades ago when the world has changed, and so they really don't drive the incentive. They don't incent like they used to maybe. So I think this is one where I think from the sense of the body is that we're going to continue to look at that industry and see what we can do to basically be relevant today from a tax policy perspective.
Okay, I was concerned about that one. I'm really.
And the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Now, we can work on that, Daddy, for real. Okay.
I'd like to recognize some guests in the gallery. Alabama Boo, Inc., Cedric Coley of Montgomery County, and Belinda Thomas of Dale County. Thank you for being with us. Our guest, Representative Pascal. Also, we have the daughter and son-in-law of Representative Mark Gidley, Randy and Rachel Helms. Thank you for being with us today. I think their daughter's paging this week, along with his wife, Kathy. And also the Montgomery's Mayor's Young Professional Council from Montgomery. They're guests of Lawrence, McCampbell, Hassel, Insler, Sales, and Ingram, and Morris. Let's give them a big hand for being with us, too. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I'm for this bill.
Okay.
They all ought to be sunsetted, reviewed. But it was my understanding or misunderstanding that once we went to the pay-as-you-go method of doing these incentives, that there was going to be a database. These tax credits were going to be tracked by company and that maintained. Is that not the case?
It is, but we're kind of early in the stages. When I say that we're collecting data, I guess probably last 4 or 5 years we started that process. So now we get a report, our Ways and Means Committee, I'm sure it's available to the entire legislature, a tracking of all those tax credits and the utilization. Again, it was in the early stages of building the database. That information is available and something we are tracking.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robinson.
Yes.
Hey, Chairman Garrett, I have a few questions about this bill. One is, I understand and I appreciate the intent of the bill. One question is, why are we focusing solely on coal and not other minerals that are mined in the state? Why don't we have a mining tax credit based upon weights and values upon what those are? And the reason I ask that is that Sylacauga has the world's largest marble mine in the world, and it creates calcium carbonate. And out of that calcium carbonate, it creates toothpaste, Tums, paint, shingles, plastic. So the amount of industries that could spin out of calcium carbonate are exponential. And so we also have the graphite belt that we're talking about expanding and opening up graphite. And as we move more towards the 21st century economy of electric batteries, graphite is going to be at the core of that. And so why don't we look at our other minerals and attach that to this bill and set those weights?
Well, first of all, the purpose of this bill is to sunset credits, all right? So it's not really looking to expand. Those would do you know, in fact, that we don't have credits for those? I don't know. I mean,
we don't.
Okay. So that would be something that would come before the Ways and Means Committee to evaluate, you know, is that something that we should do? So, you know.
Right, because, I mean, right now what I read is that coal has 3,000 direct jobs in the state of Alabama, $370 million in annual payroll, and they produce 13.5 million tons of coal. Well, quickly and within 2 minutes, I was able to calculate over 1,000 direct jobs to calcium carbonate. So we're already.
But I mean, we don't have that credit's not even before our committee. Nobody's ever brought that to the. I mean,
right. This is about sunsetting it. I know, but if we're opening up and discussing sunsetting it, I just thought, if we're in a conference committee, could we not just say, look, we're not have a conversation?
No, we could not. We would not add a new credit without it going through our legislative process, which would be in the rigorous process we go through with vetting, having the business plan, seeing all the financial projections, and looking at the utilization of the credit and things like that. So we would not do that on the fly, no.
Right. Well, I knew that the reason I asked is because I know earlier you said that one of the points was to say, we want to understand why it's not being utilized, and we want it to be utilized. And so I was thinking, well, if we just want it to be utilized, why don't we open it up and see what mining needs and what we could use, and see if maybe the calcium sector or the graphite sector, these sectors would utilize it, and if so, why would they and not coal, and see, you know, what we could benefit out of that.
Look forward to seeing your legislation next session.
Okay. Well, hopefully it'll get heard and maybe get a favorable report out of y'all's committee if we have it next session. Thank you.
Chair, thanks to the gentleman. Question for the body is passage of SB 299 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 299 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 197 by Senator Orr relating to public benefits.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 197 is a recommendation from the Alabama Department of Public Examiners. They did a report on the Alabama Department of Labor and determined that there were a number of payments that were being made to deceased individuals, to individuals who were incarcerated, individuals who lived out of state. There was just some problems in their process because they were not utilizing computer systems or networks that were currently had information where this information was easily findable. And it's millions of dollars it costs the state. So what this bill would require is that state agencies would consult with the Department of Public Accounts to make sure that the computer systems they are utilizing are in fact encompassing the intended populations they're trying to address. So this requires a consultation with them to make sure that the computer systems are up to date. Some of these systems, for example, the Department of Labor is using were easily accessible through other systems, and they just weren't aware of it. So that's the purpose of this bill. So I would move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
The gentleman, Representative Sells, had a bill earlier that allowed different departments, agencies to hire additional people. And one of the comments I made relative to that was that our computer system within the state does not seem to be connected. Say if you had DHR, mental health, or a mental health agency, or Medicaid, even though they're working with the same individuals, they're not connecting. So how are we going to make sure? I think your bill says they will go through the Department of Revenue. How will that correct the computer problem? I'm trying to connect how that would...
So what it does, like the Department of Labor was utilizing a system to identify who they should make payments through during a 2-year period, October 1, 2020 through September 30, 2022, and the audit revealed benefit payments were being made to deceased incarcerated individuals living outside the state.
Yeah, but so how were they, what happened that those popped up, or they were able
not
to
using a
determine that?
system that was, there were a couple of other systems. For example, there's a bump system currently used by the Department of Personnel to identify incarcerated individuals. Department of Labor was not utilizing that system. There's another system to identify this.
I'm sorry, you said bump?
It's a system used by the Department of Personnel to identify. They call it the bump system, but it was a database, a system that identified who those individuals were. Department of Labor was using a different system that didn't have as good information in it. The other was deceased claimants. There's a Department of Treasury Bureau of Fiscal Services do not pay. So this is the U.S. Department of Treasury, a national database, is a free resource available to Alabama Department of Labor that identifies individuals who have died. They were using a different database to determine, and they missed people. So
Okay, hold on just a minute.
Okay.
So you're saying each one of our agencies had a different system. The point is that we're not connecting. Personnel has a system that identifies the group that are in prison.
Yes.
Okay.
They have access. I don't know if they own that system, but they have access to a system that has much more accurate information than the system the Department of Revenue, or the Department of Labor was using to make those identifications.
Was the department aware of that system? Okay, so I'll tell you what, just continue to tell me what the other systems are, and then I'll go back with my question.
Okay.
And you had...
I'm sorry, I missed it. What did you say? I'm sorry.
Deceased, you said deceased.
Oh, yeah. Deceased individuals. There's a Department of Treasury Bureau do not pay system that basically will maintain a database that's accurate of individuals who are deceased. And that's accessible. And Department of Labor was not going to that site. They were going to some other database to determine who deceased individuals were. And that was not updated because there were over 300 deceased individuals that were receiving 6,300 unemployment compensation benefits.
Okay.
So basically what it's saying is the Department of Public Examiners can tell the agencies, here are the better systems for you to use to get the most accurate information. That's all the bill requires, is you consult with them, and they will know based on your agency and what you're trying to access if you're using the right system to get the most accurate information.
So why wouldn't we use this approach, or you're saying just because the Department of Labor had this problem during COVID, that this became more obvious at this time?
Well, they did a report. The examiners did a report during that period, October 2020 to September 2022, and may have been because of COVID, or I'm not sure. but they did a report, and that report revealed a number of discrepancies. But one of the things that was most highlighted was you're not using the most accurate systems to get the data. There are better systems out there that are available to you. It's just simply a matter of making them aware that you can go to this site now to get a better understanding of who do not pay individuals are or deceased individuals are versus the system you're using.
So it sounds like it doesn't necessarily mean that we have the system in place. It is that the public examiners are aware of specific systems that will work with whatever our inquiry is, and they are able to direct you. So we're saying to Department of Labor, in order to make sure you've determined whether a person is deceased or in prison, what would be some other areas that we'd want to know about?
Well, people who don't live in the state anymore. There are people who moved. There were like cases where we were mailing unemployment benefits or mailing payments to people that had duplicate mailing addresses, some of them out of state.
So we're saying a person who moves out of state and receiving an unemployment, you can't move out of state if you're getting unemployment?
I think there are people who did not fit the people who received payments they really shouldn't have gotten because they didn't have a system that properly identified those people, and some of those were out of state.
I could see somebody moving out of state. I mean, I know people that say in my family that they were out of a job, but they go stay with an aunt or an uncle, try to find a job in that particular place. So I could see that happening, but
they were duplicate addresses. So, for example, you have one individual who lives here but then moves. They've got two. They're doubling up on the payments. They have two addresses.
So they were applying for out of work at both addresses, probably.
I'm not sure. Well, I don't know if they intentionally did that or if the fact that the department had two addresses, they saw that as two different individuals. But their system allowed it to where they made duplicate payments, and they only should have made one. And the department examiner says, well, if we had used a different system that was available, you won't have that problem. So it's just I think some of these systems just are more up to date. They filter things better.
Sure.
And the whole point here is to make sure that we're paying people who are supposed to pay what we're supposed to pay them when we're supposed to pay them.
And do you know if our other agencies are utilizing the recommendations of the public
I think every
examiner?
agency kind of utilizes who they want to use.
Right.
And the department examiners is saying, this bill would require that they consult with them to say, is this the best system that we're aware of?
But we're only this mainly is geared toward the Department of Labor, though, right?
Well,
It did say state.
Right. This would require all agencies to consult to make sure that you're using the most up-to-date, current, meaningful place to access your data.
And it did say this should be a management decision of the agency department board. So it's really not requiring it.
Right. Well, like I think in this case here, that they said that I'll just read you something here that said in the report, let me find my... There was a verification process the labor had in place during the review period were not adequate to safeguard resources. They did not have procedures in place to perform critical matches and verifications. The examiners utilized resources such as Do Not Pay, Google, and LexisNexis account for government that were available to the Department of Labor to perform these comparisons analysis that identified payments in error. They just didn't know they existed. So this is basically saying, here's a better place for you to go.
And I'm also wondering, do you have information of whether they've done this with other than the Department of Labor?
This is the only report I'm aware of, but as a result of this report, the examiners requested legislation that would require each agency to consult with them so they can verify you're using the best system available to you.
And are you able to share that report that you have?
Yeah,
I'd be interested in
Sure,
seeing
it's
it.
public information, absolutely.
Okay, tell me where should I get it from?
I can give you a copy right here, or I'm sure it's on the
Or if
public
you tell me
examiner's
it's under the
website.
public, okay, if it's on public
Yeah,
examiners,
public
I get
examiners,
it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 197. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. SB 197 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, Senate Bill 158 by Senator Elliott relating to a firearms database.
Representative Betso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, under existing law, a judge of probate is required to notify the Alabama law enforcement agency when an individual has been ordered for inpatient treatment through a committal order. This bill will actually expand that the notification must be made for both inpatient and outpatient treatments. And Mr. Speaker, I will also have an amendment that will expand that to circuit judges if they happen to do a committal order also.
Okay, you want to go ahead and explain your amendment? Let's get it out of the way.
Yes, sir, absolutely. Currently in statute, it mentions, or in this bill, that probate judges, this only requires to probate judges to make this notification. However, in certain circumstances, a circuit judge may be making a committal order to do inpatient or outpatient treatment, and this would notify the law enforcement agency or them to make that notification to Alabama law enforcement agency in the same manner.
Thank you. Question for the body is passage of the amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Moved a little bit quicker than I thought it would.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment has passed. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Would you please give me, I was back there talking. This is applying, tell me exactly, applying to both inpatient and outpatient individuals?
Yes, ma'am. So currently, there's only a requirement for them to make this notification if the court, the probate judge, ordered inpatient treatment.
Right, okay.
However, there's been circumstances where it's been a matter of public safety that there's somebody that was ordered to outpatient treatment and they're in the community and that notification wasn't made. And this is for the purposes of the Certain Persons Forbidden database. So in other words, law enforcement did not have the tools necessary to know that they were maybe coming in contact with someone who was under some treatment at the time. And so maybe it didn't give them the opportunity to handle the situation with all the information. And so if this is an order in which it's inpatient or outpatient treatment, the law enforcement officers will have that information and hopefully be able to handle it in a way that's accordingly to the situation.
I think you're right about that. I mean, I hadn't even thought, but I would have thought at some point we would have some way of allowing individuals to be aware that a person is, I mean, especially law enforcement.
Yeah.
And I've learned just in my area where that has not necessarily happened in that individuals have gotten killed, even if it's from the police side. So I think it makes sense to me.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think this is probably one of the good ones. But you mentioned something about additional, other than the probate judge. Who's the other judge?
Yeah, so originally when this bill came from the Senate, it specifically just stuck to the probate judge because most often that's where these cases find themselves. But recently I can tell you in my own professional career that what I've discovered is if somebody is under the jurisdiction of the circuit court, so they've got a case pending before a circuit judge, at that time the probate judge loses jurisdiction to be able to commit those individuals. So what we're finding in some situations that if the circuit judge finds it appropriate, they're the ones who actually will have jurisdictions to do these committals. So what I wanted to capture here was just to go ahead and set this up so both the probate judges and circuit judges are required to do the same notifications.
That makes sense.
Yes, ma'am.
And as one that's in the work, I'm sure you wouldn't bring anything that would not make any sense. There was one other thing that I had, is outpatient, inpatient.
Ms. Hall, while you're looking, this is just a continual worthy effort to ensure that we're able to appropriately deal with individuals in our communities that are getting treatment for their mental health issues, giving law enforcement all the tools that we need to be able to interact with them. And I think this was a great next step when it was brought by Senator Elliott. I told him right away I thought this was a great idea as well.
I agree. I guess the involuntary commitment generally is done by the probate, right? Is that generally?
Generally speaking, that's where jurisdiction falls, but, and I won't have time to do it this session, but recently, again, through my professional career, I've discovered that those individuals who are under the jurisdiction of circuit court because they have a case pending before a circuit judge, there's actually some law and also Attorney General's opinions to say that at that time, probate judges are losing their ability to commit somebody if they're currently under the jurisdiction of a circuit court judge. Wow. So what we're having to look at now is how that happens, because there's also law that says a circuit court judge can only commit someone to the custody of a state hospital. Well, we know in our communities today, there's a lot of great outpatient facilities that are run by our local hospitals and institutions like that. So what we need to look at is, and again, ran out of time for the session once I discovered it, is ensuring that a circuit judge could commit somebody to get some outpatient treatment at one of our local hospital facilities, to get them some possible treatment, to get their competency restored so they can stand for trial.
I thought, so your amendment, it added the circuit judge, right?
It did add the circuit court judge in, but I'm telling you also on the backside, we're going to have to work on some other laws to free them up, because right now the only thing they could do is commit them to a state institution, state hospital.
Okay.
And so in anticipation of working on that, this will allow circuit judges to do the same notifications to law enforcement.
That the probate judge.
The probate judges, because those would be the two judges that you would see do these committals, as probate judge and circuit judge.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough. While he's making his way down here, I'd like to introduce in the gallery Cameron Wood and Brandy Wood, the daughter and wife of Representative Wood. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Also from Jackson County, Pamela Kirkland and Alice Grace Weeks, the wife and granddaughter of our own Representative Mike Kirkland. Thank you all for being with us today. Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just have some questions or points of clarity that I would like to get on this bill. So, is the purpose of this bill in part to, and you can help me because I don't know what the current law is this purpose of this bill to allow a probate judge, or with the amendment, more judges to, currently what happens to people who, as far as involuntarily committed, what's that process like now in connection to their gun rights, and who controls inpatient and outpatient? Like, how does that work so that a person, can potentially lose their rights?
Yeah, absolutely. So this process was set up, and certainly you're referencing the Certain Persons Forbidden database, which this set of bills is related to, but has nothing to do with the administration of that database, other than taking that one small loophole. So the beauty of all this process is the due process piece that goes through the court. Specifically, as it is now, the probate judges weigh in. An application for committal is submitted to the judge calls a hearing. The hearing of the facts are presented at the hearing to include all parties.
And that's all currently happening right now.
That's all currently happening. And so this reemphasizes that process, and also, too, adds in that as the status has changed, if this person is no longer ordered to treatment, if they're found that application should be dismissed, this due process piece, it restores every bit of any rights that they may have lost through that process. But that database piece was already firmly set up a few years ago, as you well know. And so this doesn't do anything to further change anything, other than it just adds in anyone who might be ordered to outpatient treatment. And again, it's about increasing and making sure that the safety is intact of the individual, the community, and giving law enforcement that tool to know who is receiving that treatment so they can ensure the safety of all parties involved. And I think there was a specific incident maybe in Baldwin County that kind of brought this to the surface. But that due process is there. It requires the courts to continue to do that notification that once that person is gone through that treatment, so their rights are fully restored.
So in the outpatient process, currently, if you have somebody who's involuntarily committed, what happens to their gun rights?
Yeah, so currently, there's not a notification that is required by the probate judge to ALEA for the certain persons forbidden. So under outpatient treatment now, that person could be, quite honestly, needing some of the same, at least comparable type services to deal with whatever mental health issues they have, which is a positive thing. We should be getting people that need those services. We should be getting them the help that they need.
Sure.
And so what it'll do is simply say, while they're going through that process, in accordance with the database, again, this is not, those rules are already set up, but this does require the judges to notify ALEA, and then they follow the rules related to the database.
And what is the process by law now if if that happens to somebody, how do they get their gun rights back?
Yeah, and I'm sure through the court process, once they have gone through treatment, the specific language in there, it does say that they are to continue to receive or to notify the courts as that treatment through every step of the process. And so the technical aspect, I can't necessarily give you the details because I'm not sure. That may be a question for either those who administer the database or a probate judge. But the court is supposed to continually to notify to ensure that the most current status of the individual is in place.
Right. Because I heard from Alabama Carey also reached out, and their concern was that it might establish a one-way path where the person is, at the end of the day, they're left with them and ALEA trying to get their gun rights back. And that was a concern that the person might be put under an undue hardship in order to have their full rights as a citizen restored.
Sure. And it's understandable. I think anytime we start talking about these issues, it does cause you to pause and at least examine the question a little bit. And so I completely understand the concerns. I think the process, though, is set up so that the court system will notify the change in status to make sure that that person has those rights restored. And if not, if we as a body find that this isn't happening, then I think it's something that we should address. I kind of consider that an aside issue to what we're really talking about today. I realize that this will give another, group of people the same reporting requirements because they're getting outpatient treatment. But if we find that the piece of it to restore them is not working and is not, the language there maybe needs to be strengthened, then I think all of us would be in agreement. We want to make sure that once someone gets on the right path and they're qualified, that they have that fully restored.
Right. Yeah. And so, I'm certainly all about getting people the help that they need. And, at some point, if you're dealing with somebody who you think is, not mentally or insane or whatever the right phrase to use is, I'm just, I'm not a big fan of red flag laws, and so I was just concerned in reading this that
sure,
just have some uncertainty still. But I think I understand what you're trying to do, and anyway, so I appreciate your time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. So, a few years ago, this story, I had a gun bill, say about 2015, and it was a bill that adopted federal law into state law. Prior to 2015, I think it was 2015 or 2016, whenever someone was either involuntarily committed civilly or found not guilty by mental disease or defect through the criminal system, there was no database that existed where the probate judge or the circuit judge in those cases would tell anyone that that happened, so law enforcement would never know that the individual that they potentially just pulled over may actually have a violent history that involved the use of firearms. So it had went through several versions of that piece of legislation. It got combined with a bill that Republicans sponsored, that is no longer here, and eventually that bill was signed into law. But it wouldn't have passed if we did not have a mechanism in place for someone who's dealt with their mental illness, no longer a threat, to have those rights restored. And if I'm not mistaken, it exists, and what this bill does actually kind of beefs that up a little bit.
That's right. I mean, we have these individuals that possibly have been committed to outpatient treatment, and we have so many great facilities around the state that can offer outpatient treatment where they're not being sent to a place like Taylor Hardin State Mental Hospital, but they're getting the mental health treatment they need right there in their own community, which is the whole goal behind a community-based mental health provider type system. But those individuals equally, while they're going through that process, they can fit into similar, personalities or traits. And so that system that we have in place, established by the database, this is a wonderful way to give law enforcement the information they need. Because here's what the outcome should be, is if they can recognize they're dealing with someone who is possibly during that time being mentally committed and receiving treatment, that they can handle that situation appropriately. And because at the end of the day, no law enforcement officer wants that encounter to end in a use of force. And so if they have the tools at their disposal, hopefully their mechanism of communication will maybe be a little bit different in that scenario, and we have a better outcome for everybody involved.
Yeah, and again, you're always, Second Amendment it is what it is, and we're always trying to strike a balance between public safety and the individual rights of citizens to possess firearms, right? One of the things that we do to ensure the safety of those individuals who are on the front line, who deal with somebody who's potentially in the throes of a significant mental illness or a crisis, is to make sure that you have all the information necessary so you have a clear idea of the person that you're dealing with. And so it's not just for us as a community, it's also for those who are on the front line.
That's right.
So I know we always get a little, people get a little nervous when they hear the word database, right? But sometimes they serve a purpose beyond just keeping up with names. And I can't think of any information that's more important to someone on a traffic stop, for example, than to have some idea that this person has been committed in the past and may be dangerous. As a matter of fact, I don't know how you could be against something like that, especially considering on the opposite end of the spectrum, you also have a way that is to get those rights restored. And the other part of that is, whenever someone is denied their right to possess a firearm because of something like this, it's after a hearing, right? It's an adjudication. There's a lot of evidence put forth to determine if this person is a threat to themselves or to other people, or that this person committed a violent act, and but for the fact they could not create the mens rea because of a mental illness, so they're not guilty by mental disease or defect. These are very exhaustive processes. It's not something that you can do overnight. So there's a good setup of checks and balances prior to someone's rights being taken from them to make sure that at this point, you're not safe to have one. But once you are, we have a same process in place to make sure that you are. Yeah. So again, to me, the bill covers all the bases, and it just makes what we were doing better. So
I agree. You said that the term, striking a fair balance or striking a balance, and I think you're right with the due process that's in place. There's just so much conversation, rightfully so, about our interaction and how we address mental health in our communities. And so, you know, we in law enforcement, we're on the front lines, as you said, and so we want to make sure that we have the tools that we need to be able to appropriately handle the situation. And I think this was a great idea. You know, something I was a little surprised to see that one little loophole existed, and hopefully we'll get that closed up today.
Yeah, I hope so. And also to give everybody, you know, kind of a better idea of what we're dealing with. You know, Alabama overall is one of the worst states in the country to be mentally ill in. On both sides of the equation, whether you're intellectually disabled or you have a mental illness that you're seeking treatment for, on one side, as you know, we have a waiting list that has thousands of people on it for services on the intellectually disabled side. But at one point, Alabama was ranked 50th in the country for access to doctors who deal with these sorts of issues as well. So under the current administration, we've been building back some of that infrastructure, including crisis intervention centers and so forth. But if you've seen legislation that's been introduced this session, we're still going back to the tip of the spear, which is law enforcement on the street, asking them to be able to quickly make an assessment on the street that this person needs to go to a facility versus jail. So we're still going back to the same person, the same people, requiring to do things that initially, that was not in your job description. So again, that's why I think things like this are so important, because if we're going to ask you to put yourself in that situation to help assess where a person needs to be, you should have as much information available to you at that point to make an appropriate decision, not about just where that person needs to go, but also what do I need to do to keep myself safe.
That's right.
So
absolutely
again,
agree with you.
I think it's a good bill, and I'm looking forward to voting for it.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 158. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 86 ayes, 15 nays. SB 158 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 205 by Senator Orr relating to state government.
Representative Kitchens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. SB 205 is a bill that's going to help our small communities and small counties. Deals with the Alabama Transportation Infrastructure Bank. So what it does is it lowers the threshold from $5 million to $1 million for those cities and communities, cities and counties to be able to meet those thresholds. So I'd move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you tell me what happens today when we talk about what you're trying to do? You said this is called Alabama Transportation Infrastructure Bank.
Yes, ma'am. So if cities or a county, if they're not able, they don't have a good bond rating, they're able to go through this program. What happens, though, with the $5 million threshold, a lot of these towns don't have projects that meet that threshold. So it's lowering it from $5 million down to $1 million for roads and bridge, really road and bridge projects in those areas, and the $1 million will be easier to hit and allow them to get those roads and bridges paved and redone.
So where's the bank located?
The bank's through the Department of Transportation.
Okay, so state transportation. Okay,
Yes.
Where do the funds come from?
I'm not exactly sure on the funds, but it's set up where they're able to get these loans and use the state bond rating, so it allows them to use the state bond rating through this.
And so when you go over to page 2, looking on the eligible cost, the finance, so it says the finance from the federal highway account. Is that what your thoughts?
I believe so. I believe that's where it comes into ALDOT. Yes, ma'am.
So does that mean that we apply for these funds for the state, or the city or the county municipalities are applying for these funds that come through the state?
Yeah,
process?
the cities or counties, if they don't have the bond ratings, they're able to apply for these funds that the state has set aside for these type projects through this bank. And this has all been set up. Like I said, this has been set up for quite some time. But the biggest issue that we're trying to accomplish through here is that $5 million to $1 million threshold, which that's on page 7.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
have
I
that,
saw
that's
that.
on page 7, which is what changes that. Just because we found out that a lot of the smaller areas were missing out. I mean, a $5 million project's hard to hit sometimes. And this does allow also that they can group projects in. So if they're paving multiple roads, or if they have a bridge and some roads that lead up to that, they're able to group that in together. As long as they meet that $1 million threshold, then they would be able to apply for it. As long as they meet all the other requirements as well.
So are you able to explain to me this? I'm on page 3, looking at lines 60 through 67. It was taken out, and I was trying. I guess I'm assuming, based on my reading, that this was taken out because we were increasing the threshold. Is that your understanding?
Well, this was actually dealt with tax increment districts, and if I understand correctly, they had amended that in the Senate, and then on the floor they removed that. I believe that's why that's stricken out there. But really, the whole process, though, and the whole purpose of this is for roads and bridges and road and bridge projects. So we wanted to make sure that we clarified that. And there's a couple other technical corrections in here also, relating to the Constitution when it was set up also. You can see just down from what you just referenced.
Right, and then, so when I go to page 7, the section that deals with what eligible projects are, or what the amounts for eligible projects are there. And of course it goes from, it looks like to me it's decreasing. So it's going from 5 million to 1 million.
Yes, ma'am, it is, because if a city or community, these smaller areas.
I thought it was the other way around. Okay.
No, it's decreasing from the 5 million to 1 million. That way, if they're not able to hit the $5 million threshold, this would allow them to pay, have a project. A lot of our small towns have a hard time hitting, they have a hard time hitting the 1 million, much less the 5 million.
And that's what I misheard, so thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I like your concept. I like your infrastructure bank idea. I had a resolution as it relates to an infrastructure bank for our infrastructure projects over the country. But I was going to ask the question simpler: how much paving can you do for $1 million in a town? What kind of bridge can you build? See, I mean, small projects, but I guess it's a feel-good thing. If they can't meet the threshold of $5 million, you won't get a quarter of a mile paved with $1 million. And what type of materials are you going to use? You know, we have problems in our district, in the counties. And paving is a problem. Financing is a problem. So if we're going to go this route, what would be the materials that we use to get the best out of the investment? And I told some of my colleagues in counties that you turn dirt roads into slag. Take them out of the dirt and mud, you put a tar base down and put slag on top of it and pack it. And that's probably the cheapest route. And it would last a while if we kept them heavy trucks off of it. But you're talking about $1 million, we're not going to get too much done with $1 million. But the concept is good. The infrastructure bank, I really go along with that. And hopefully that this will grab hold, because there are a lot of projects that can't get funded because they can't meet those thresholds and and don't have that matching fund. And so maybe this will get them started in the right direction. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is passage of SB 205. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record vote 102 ayes, 0 nay. SB 205 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, here's Senate Bill number 187 by Senator Wagner relating to the Alabama Security Regulatory Board.
Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is, it updates the board membership to reflect the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. And it also deletes conflicting language that the Sunset Committee worked on. And I want to thank Representative Bracey and Representative Rogers for their work on helping me with the language.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you for giving kudos to my colleagues. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And thank you for bringing this bill. Do you serve on Sunset?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay, so
But
this,
I am on boards, agencies, and commissions.
so okay, and so this did not come through a Sunset. So the what was the conflicting language as it relates to compensation?
So a lot of it was just changing like person to individual and just one word changes, like such to any, things of that nature.
Things that we ordinarily wouldn't think of being conflicting, but
Yes, ma'am.
as we move forward in this new world, there are word changes that exist. Would you go with me to page 7?
Sure.
So the cost, this is dealing with agencies, I'm assuming, and I'll let you tell me what it is, and then I'll ask you the question. So on page 7, excuse me, at the top, the change that's there, that's underlined, what's happening? Is this for the fingerprinting?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that mean, what does that mean, the term that's listed there?
It's just for the initial license or certificate or certification for the renewal or licensing or
So it's for beginners or the
It's
first
someone that's
license?
coming in, yes, ma'am.
Or it could be for renewal. It could be for an
Well,
individual.
this is just for the initial license.
Read this, read it. It said for initial license or certification or
for the
renewal. So you're doing, it could be for either one of those. And then the requirements at the bottom, that the criminal history check, is that process, does that go through Aaliyah? Is that who is responsible for those actions?
Yes, ma'am. It goes through Aaliyah, and then it will, after it goes through the state, it will go up to the FBI.
So Aaliyah then just, okay.
Fingerprints shall be forwarded by Aaliyah to the Federal Bureau.
So we have a complete process by which we are doing that
Yes, ma'am.
fingerprinting process. All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 187. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court vote 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 187 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk, let's call back SB 335, please.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 335 by Senator Hatcher, relating to the Alabama Board of Examiners on Counseling.
Representative Hassel.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition, bringing me back. Well, SB 335 is establishing a wellness program committee for licensed mental health counselors who are experiencing any type of impairment. So this bill also was brought out through the Medical Association and worked with the trial lawyers. So I'll ask for final passage for SB 335.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
How you doing today, Ms.
I'm doing quite well, thank you. Mr. Hassel, how are you?
Doing good.
I don't know. They think they're going to tell me when I can talk and not talk. That's not happening. Okay, thank you. So will you tell me a little bit about the bill?
Well, this bill is going to form the Board of Examiners is going to form a committee. It's called the Alabama Licensed Counselor Wellness Program.
Mhm.
They're going to form a committee to help counselors who have, impairments themselves.
Counselors
Yes.
that have impairments themselves. So they're going to form their own well-being process. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am.
To support each other.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what that would look like? What that type of program would be like? What is that?
Well, if you look at on page 2 of the bill,
Mhm.
on page 2, starting at line 56, it established the committee may perform all of the followings. They receive and evaluate reports,
Right.
suspected impairment from any sources, including referrals from the boards. They intervene in
I'm
cases.
sorry, start such as what?
Impairment from any source, including referrals from the board. They are intervening in the case of verified impairment.
Okay.
They are impaired licensees to appropriate treatment programs and monitor the treatment and rehabilitation of impaired licensees.
Okay. So then we're creating a process that is not presently is not in place.
Yes, ma'am.
And that process is for the well-being of those individuals that are providing the service.
Yes, ma'am.
That is your understanding. You know how many individuals the committee is made up? I didn't bring my bill down with me. How many members on the committee?
3 to 9.
3 to 9.
3 to 9.
Did it give you any diversity language for that committee?
Absolutely no. It's,
No diversity language for the committee?
Let me make sure. No, I don't have the diversity language in it.
All right. So can you tell me what the makeup is like? Does it indicate who makes up the committee?
Say it again.
Can you tell me what the makeup of the committee is like? Who are the?
Well, the makeup, who's going to form this committee is going to be part of the Medical Association,
Mm-hmm.
and is also going to be, it's on page, hold on one second.
No, take your time. We got a few minutes. I'm just utilizing my time wisely, trying to seek information. So the fact that you say that the Medical Association is certainly a part of this, and I'm sure that somebody from that organization is listening, that I would ask you to please ask them to make sure that they, as we look at, since it's not there, and I don't want to cause you any problems in terms of getting the bill passed, that making sure that the diversity language is a part of that makeup of that committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that make sense? She said, look on page 8.
Sure, members committees. Okay, yes, on 212.
Okay.
Serves members of the committee have any auxiliary personnel, consultants, attorneys, and other volunteers and employees of the committee taking any action authorized by this article engaged in the performance of any functions or duties on behalf of the committee or participating in administrative or judicial proceeding resulting therefrom in the performance and operation thereof shall be immune from liability, civil, criminal, that might otherwise be incurred or imposed while acting within the scope.
It doesn't
But it
sound
says
like
any nonprofit corporation and medical professional associations. So nonprofits, so the board can use nonprofits and the medical association.
right. But what I was talking about was the diversity language that we use in terms of makeup,
Yeah, that's what I work
racial,
with them.
et cetera, et cetera. And so,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. No.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
What does this bill do? I just realized this was a Senate bill. I'm sorry. I was
This bill
sending
will
out my
create-
tweet with my tape over my mouth where I've been silenced. Go ahead.
This bill establishes a wellness program committee for licensed mental health counselors who will experience any type of impairment.
It does what now?
It's going to create a wellness program committee.
Wellness program. Explain to me what that is.
So the wellness program committee, so what this committee would do is it'll get services to a counselor who has any type of impairment. So it can be a mental illness, it can be a breakdown, or if they got a burnout or any type of clinical depression. So this committee would get them some type of resource to help them dealing with their issues.
I'm totally confused. A wellness program. You know I love you. And you always hanging there with me.
Yeah.
But help me understand. I'm a little slow today, but I'm sure.
All right, so it's going to this committee, it's an Alabama Licensed Counselor Wellness Committee that's going to be created.
Okay, we're creating a committee.
That's right.
This is a new committee
It's
for
gonna be-
counsel. Okay, I see counseling. Let me come to. Okay.
Yeah. So if you're dealing with a licensed counselor who's dealing with any type of impairment, and that can
Okay.
be a mental illness,
Mental. Okay.
or it can be a clinical depression, or any type of breakdown, even burnout.
Okay.
So this
Okay.
counselor can get.
Okay.
that can-
So it So we're creating. So what's the purpose of the wellness committee? I'm trying to figure out why we need the wellness committee.
Well, that's going to be the.
And I'll support it. I'm going to support it because it's Senator Hatcher. But
Well, this committee will look at evaluate the counselor. So it's also listed in the bill of all the responsibility of the committee. But this committee will monitor the treatment rehabilitation for impaired licensees. It will refer impairment licensees to treatment programs. It's going to determine the state of that counselor and put those in certain programs to get them help for what
so
they're dealing with.
they would be doing checks and balances, but this would only be for therapists or
Yes, for
counselors,
Yes, ma'am.
not for psychiatrists or
Okay.
clinicians.
This is for any licensed counselor,
Any licensed what now?
counselors.
Well, not all licensed counselors are psychiatrists now.
That's right. They're not psychiatrists.
they're not
But this is, in the bill, it's
clinicians.
listed as licensed counselors.
So that's what I said, therapists and counselors, we can differentiate, okay. All right, okay, I digress. I digress, okay, I'm just trying to get the clarity. I went through a period of a state of shock about an hour or so ago, so I'm just trying to bring it back in and come back. Okay, so I got it, okay. I had a roots moment earlier. So I had to bring it back. It took me back to 1978, 70-something when Roots came out. I had to come back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so licensed counselor. Okay, and so the wellness committee will basically do the checks and balances on those counselors. So we don't have anything in the state that someone that does the checks and balances on counselors here in the state or therapists?
Not that I know of.
So you mean to tell me we have therapists and counselors who are operating?
For counselors, specifically for counselors, I think a lot of resources are determined against, for citizens or anything else. But specifically for counselors, I think this is why
all of these therapists and counselors who pass out their cards that people make bi-weekly, weekly appointments. That would be quite perplexing. That's quite perplexing.
Thank you for that. Yeah. He was just educating me today.
Well, this is another moment. I'm glad it's the end of the school year. This is a trying day for me at this point. Now tell me what he educated you with.
No, he was just telling me it is a board that helps some licensed counselors. That's all he was telling me. And I said, I appreciate him telling me.
Yeah, because I just didn't want to believe that there's no one that was currently in the state that had some degree of oversight over therapists or licensed counselors, because that means they would have had a free-for-all with no checks and balances.
Yeah. Well, with this bill, SB 335, is if you read the bill, I believe it's more specific. I think this program will give them more specific things to, or should I say, this board will help these counselors giving good programs and also with the license through.
Would it define the programs that they give, or just, since you mentioned programs, would it define the programs or just?
Yeah, it defines the programs too.
What are the programs?
Well, that's what I was saying. When I said before, they receive and evaluate reports on a suspected impairment from any source, including referrals from the board, intervene in the case of verified impairments, referred impaired licensees to appropriate treatment programs, monitor the treatment, rehabilitation of impaired licensees, provide post-treatment monitoring and aftercare support for rehabilitated impaired licensees. And also what I like, it will submit an annual statistical report to the board on the activities of the committee in the form approved by the board.
Okay. All right. I appreciate this opportunity to come and speak with you about this bill from our great former colleague. Is this his first Senate bill? I don't recall seeing too many Senate bills coming down from him since he's been in the Senate.
No, I don't think it's not his first one.
It's not. If it's not the third or fourth.
Maybe so.
It can't be the third. Yeah, I'm not familiar with too many Senate bills that he's passed, but all right. Well, since he has that melodic voice and such a profound speaker, and we'll work with it this time, but I'm just okay. It's the end of the school year. We'll roll with it. All right.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 335. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record vote 98 ayes, 2 nays. SB 335 has passed.
I thank the speaker and the body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the first Senate bill out of the basket. Okay, we had one bill we carried over. Let's go back to it, Clay. Mr. Clerk, let's do SB 150.
Thank you, Speaker. SB 150 is a bill that whenever you have a plat of a subdivision, it was recorded in the probate office. It used to be a paper form. Now those are digital. And so it used to be you just write on the plat, vacated. Well, now you can't write on a digital electronic version. So now you can record, according to this bill, what we're saying is you can record a document that says that plat has been vacated. So with that, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
What, is it just because we're going to virtual or electronic? Is that the problem? So what happens if someone doesn't have that process, some of that?
Well, every probate office, every probate court now
They do?
is digital, electronic.
Okay.
So whenever you take a document into the probate office, whether it's a deed, a plat, whatever it might be, they scan it in. So you know how it used to be, it would be, you know, deed book, and you'd have the book.
Yeah, I've looked at some of those
Right.
large books.
Yeah, so
And then you have to, that they're still there, and if you're looking, I mean, I haven't looked recently, but I know just looking for information about property that you may have thought your family owned or something and going, so you're talking about these large books with these different maps. So you're talking about that particular part that I would be interested in that is now going to be digitized.
Right, like all property records are now digitized. They're all scanned in, but you still keep the old book. So when you file something new now, it's electronic. So even plats, plats are scanned in, and so that means you could.
So when you say plats, and you're talking about like an area.
What I'm talking about is, so when you develop a subdivision, one of the things that you do is you create a plat. So you'd say, you know, Happy Acre subdivision, block A, lot 1, 2, 3, 4, and a surveyor has platted it out with each lot, and it's gotten approved by the county health department and the county, and so then it's got a signature from all those entities that this plat has been approved and it's been recorded.
So when I'm going to get to that subdivision, I identify based on that particular person is building it, the plat that I would like to, or that may be a plat that I've chosen I bought. Is that what I'm hearing, or is it the whole entire area?
Yeah. So this bill is dealing solely on vacation. So if you vacate the map or the plat, so that would be where.
What is that?
So a vacation, if it's vacated, it's just like when you vacate a street. You know, it's no longer a street anymore. So if I'm a developer, let's say I'm a developer, I've platted this subdivision, and then I decide, well, I don't really want to keep Happy Acres subdivision, lot 1, 2, 3, 4. I want to change it in some ways. Well, it used to be you could just write on the plat, I vacate this map or plat. Well, now since it's scanned in, you can't go back and write. So now a document would suffice for a vacation, and the term uses a certificate indicating the map or plat has been vacated, and it will become a part of the probate property records.
So when a plat or an area is vacated, means nobody is there, or it's not being utilized, or the individual has made that decision, but it may be utilized or bought or purchased by someone else?
No, it just means that, so let's say Happy Acres subdivision, it's in Section 1, Township 1, Range 1. Okay, so.
I got you there.
So you've got that, you know, and so then, you know, you go down and you start saying, all right, I'm going to subdivide this. I'm going to make lot 1, lot 2. So, but then you decide, so then the legal description for that changes to where now it's Happy Acres, lot 1, so, you know, block A. Well, now what you're saying is I want to vacate that. I want to do away with that. And so you still own the property, but now it's no longer that subdivision, that plat.
It's not Holly Acres.
Right. You vacate it.
It could be, but somebody else could come along and make it Happy Times, or
somebody else could come back and do that, but you wouldn't be able. Once lots have been sold, you couldn't go back and vacate a subdivision.
Okay.
Or you could.
The key word is sold too, I guess.
Well, really, this has nothing to do with real estate. In terms of, it doesn't really have anything to do with selling of property. This is simply on if you want to vacate a plat or a map that you have that's been recorded in the probate record. How do you do that? How do you let the world know that it's been vacated if you can't write on it? And it would be to record a certificate, which would be a document that, Happy Acres subdivision, that plat is vacated.
Okay, all right, well, that makes sense. And what determines maybe the cost is the one that's...
The cost, that would be set by the probate office, whatever their cost per page, per document would be.
So all of these activities that you've mentioned in terms of vacating a plot is determined by the probate judge's office. We've given the probate judge quite a few things today, if you listen.
Yeah, well, this doesn't really give the probate judge any more power or authority. It would be recorded most likely as a miscellaneous document by the probate judge, and they have set fees each county for the pages. So how many pages you record, it costs X number of dollars. So it doesn't give the probate judge any more authority. It just is a way to vacate a map or a plat.
So if I'm on page, I think it's the last page, page 2, where the most recent record is only a tangible map or plat, that's another area where it would be digitized. And then down, looking at lines 40 through 44.
Right, so it gives you two options. The first option is, like it says, when the most recent record is only a tangible map or plat, you can write on it, vacate.
And the second one?
And the second option is when there isn't a tangible document, because that document's been scanned in. So there wouldn't be a tangible document. You would then record a separate document that says plat recorded in, plat book or however, or instrument number 12345 is now vacated.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair thanks the lady. The question for the body now is final passage of SB 150. Clerk will unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 101 ayes, 1 nay. SB 150 has passed. Clerk, let's call up House Bill 23 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 23 relating to volunteer fire departments.
Representative Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to concur.
As the wishes of the gentlemen concur, Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Would the gentleman tell me what we're concurring with, please?
Yes, ma'am. What we did in the Senate is we just actually, on the record keeping of the records for volunteer fire departments, what that bill does is it allows volunteer fire departments to buy Gatorades, water, food for the firefighters, and then it also allows them to buy kitchen equipment, that sort of thing, when they go out. And they can't currently do that without keeping a separate account. And so what we've done in that bill is we allow them to do that for the first time. And so with the changes that we made in the Senate, just tighten up their record keeping and go more along with IRS regulations. So that way, if they ever are audited, they'll have 3 years of record keeping. They have to keep all their receipts. It just spells it out better. It's a safety measure for them, and it's better for the Revenue Department.
And so but even with doing that, there's no requirement to file or to, is that the situation with volunteer fire department, that they would be filing yearly? And
Well,
this is
it's
another phase,
in case they ever get audited. That way they have those records
but
to
they're
show.
not audited presently.
No, they do.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they do. But this
Okay.
just tightens that up. It's a protection measure really for the fire departments.
Thank you.
So it's a
Makes
good
sense.
thing.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Chair, thanks, lady. The question for the body is concurrence of HB 23. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 23 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call up HB 363 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 363 relating to the Alabama School Choice and Student Opportunity Act.
Chairman Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you. We had added an amendment that allowed the minority members to add a member to the Charter Commission, and it was through the Speaker and the Pro Tem. The Senate amended it so it had a direct appointment to the commission, and I concur.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. You did, somebody was talking to me, so I'm sorry. What are we concurring with?
We added an amendment that allowed the minority leader in both houses to add a commissioner through the Speaker and through the Pro Tem. The Senate amended it so that that would be a direct appointment to the Charter Commission, and I concur.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is concurrence of HB 363. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Tashina.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 3 nays, 1 abstention. HB 363 has passed.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you, lady.
Speaker and body.
Clerk, call the next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has non-concurred in the House amendment to the following Senate bill, Senate Bill number 103 relating to the State Ethics Commission, and requests a committee on conference. And the Senate has appointed as committee on part of the Senate, Senators Orr, Barfoot, Smitherman, Patrick Harris, Secretary.
President Vaughn.
So I'm not sure what my options are, but I also non-concur, and I agree that we need to go to conference committee.
Okay, so we shall succeed to go to conference. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. So we will be going to conference. The conferees will be Representative Almond, Representative Simpson, and Representatives England.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call next bill out of the basket.
Report on Conference Committee on House Bill number 13. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning House Bill 13, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the following substitute for House Bill 13. Respectfully submitted, conferees on the part of the House. Signed, Representative England, Representative Lovern, Representative Hill. Conferees on the part of the Senate, Senator Barfoot, Senator Smitherman, Senator Gavan, Senator Smitherman, Senator Barfoot, no signature.
Representative England.
Thank you for recognition. The Senate adopted an amendment to narrow down what the bill does and grandfather in any municipality that had an ordinance in place prior to this bill's adoption. So Basically, it only applies to cities to write citations in lieu of arrest for everything but any controlled substances. And if you had an ordinance in place prior to the passage of this bill, you are grandfathered in to continue doing what you were doing beforehand. So with that, I concur and wish to accept the report.
Thank the gentleman for his explanation. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
I can't say anything else, man. I'm tapped out.
Thank you, and thank the gentleman for your explanation. I appreciate it. And when it went to committee, the adjustments, if you already have something in place, you do not have to do that.
Right.
Don't have to advise at all. And did it increase any penalties or anything?
No.
Was that nothing?
No, ma'am. I'm tapped out. I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah. Well, I'm good.
Are you sure?
I'm good about you right now.
Okay, good.
And I don't know what else is coming. So if you're asking me, am I finished? I'm probably finished with asking you the questions, but I'm not finished asking questions. Okay.
Amen.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Just let me see that list to make sure I'm not on it.
Chair thanks, lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 13. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 100 ayes, 0 nays. HB 13 has passed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill out of the basket. HB 473.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended is passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 473 relating to the surrender of infants.
Representative Givens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do concur.
The wishes of the lady is to concur. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
The change is 2 lines. It was the Hospital Association wanted 2 lines removed from the bill, and I concur to remove those 2 lines. It just took some liability off of the hospital staff.
Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 473 has passed.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 320 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended is passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 320 relating to sheriffs.
Representative Betso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that we changed the name of what was the Sheriff's Pistol Permit Fund, the Sheriff's Advancement in Education, Technology, and Training Fund. The Senate changed the dollar amount. If you'll recall, we had moved that pot of money that was available to $7.5 million. They moved it back to $5 million, which is where it was set up originally a couple years ago, or last session when we set that up. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will move to concur.
Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the 5 million that they had allocated previously used?
Has it been used to date?
Right.
I don't have that information available, but I think it's on a quarterly basis, so I'm not sure that we've expired all those funds as far as those receipts, if you will, or differences have been turned in quarterly. I'm not sure we've made it all the way through yet, since we're not all the way through this calendar year or budget year.
Because
But
the
the
reason
bottom
I'm
line is I
asking,
don't
I'm
have the
trying to
answer.
see, was the 5 million adequate? Was that adequate enough to meet the needs of the sheriffs for their shortage? Because this is the shortage for the pistol permit, right?
That's right.
And
Yes.
I know some sheriff's department who fully relied on that pistol permit as a line item budget thing.
Well, a lot
So
of them.
my thing is, was it actually used? And we saw a need to increase it. We saw a need for some reason to increase it. So in my opinion, it was saying it wasn't enough.
Yes, ma'am.
So again, my question is, did they use the 5 million that was allocated?
I can offer you my opinion on it. I think that we're going to see, especially because if you recall this bill that I brought, the comparison piece was the 2021 figures for pistol permit sales, and they were a lot higher than our 2022. So we're going to see the disparity and differences between what's happening now is going to be greater. It's going to be a greater disparity to compare it to the 2021 than it is to compare it to 2022 figures. So my opinion is we're going to see that this fund is going to need to be more funded.
Okay, well, like I say, we can keep it now, but if it's not sufficient, I'll look for you to be back next time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. The gentleman yield.
Yes, ma'am.
When we did the, remove the permit, what do we call it now? We call it anyway, we don't have to have a permit, and we removed the fee.
ma'am.
We were told many times that was going to impact the budget. The monies that we allocated, did they meet? I know you said we based it on 2021, and you expect 2022 to be even greater.
Yeah, I'll clarify real quick. So when we passed that bill last year, the comparison year was 2022. The bill that I brought this session compared it to 2021 going forward. And the reason is because 2021 figures are a more accurate reflection of concealed weapon permit sales.
And it's more accurate because people were still paying for permits.
Yes, ma'am. And by 2022, we were in through session, past the permitless carry, so those sales had begun to decline.
And it is expected from here on out that you would expect to be in the budget, and you expect that to increase.
I would certainly expect those revenues to never get back to where they were before in respect to it, because pistol permit sales across the state to sheriffs have declined.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is final passage of SB 320. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 98 ayes, 1 nay. SB 320 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, let's call up HB 479 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 479 relating to sales taxes.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, this is the grocery tax. So if you recall, the House sent up a bill that had a 1 cent reduction on September of 2023, another 1 cent on 2025, so long as the revenue had grown 2%. What the Senate amended was to say that the 1% will go into effect September of 2023, The next 1% would be whenever the revenue grows 3.5%, which could be next year. We don't have to wait, in other words, 2 years, but whenever the next year that the revenue grows 3.5%, that other 1% would take effect. They also, you recall, we had an amendment to the bill that required that cities and counties could reduce the tax, but they could raise it, but not higher than what they are today. The Senate has added an amendment to say they can step that down by 25% in any year of their local tax, but no more than 25% of their local tax in any year, but they can then subsequently raise it back to where it is today. The reason for the limitation was they were concerned that county government or city government who has a lot of money going to school systems could make a political decision to cut a lot of taxes out that would impact them financially. This would allow them to have a 25% of their local money stepping down. They can subsequently raise it to no more than where we are today. So with that, I concur, recommend concurrence.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. So tell me, what do we really do with the food tax? Do we have a?
Oh, yes, yes. So what we did, we actually are going to have a 50% reduction in the food tax, 2 cents. The House version, that would occur over a potentially 3-year period. This is going to occur whenever the revenue goes 3.5%, which could be next year. So we'll achieve that 2 cent reduction.
But okay, stop there. So we'll achieve the 2% deduction, which will begin January of 23.
No, the first 1 cent will take effect in September of 2023, this September. Then the next 1 cent will take place in the next year when the revenue grows 3.5%.
Okay. And then after then, or
well, that's two. Once that's two. That's the 2 cents. When we'll get the 2 cents, which is what this
and
bill
then you
accomplishes.
said cities could reduce 25% of.
Yeah. So the cities and counties in our House bill, we allowed them. We said that if they reduce their local food tax, they can subsequently raise it, but no higher than it is today. Because the idea is we do not want to give this 2 cent reduction to have the cities or counties then pick that up. So we said if the cities or counties reduce their tax, they could subsequently raise it, but no higher than it is today, so that 2 cent would actually go to the benefit of the consumers, the taxpayers. What this bill would do would be to say that the cities and counties can reduce their tax, but they're limited to reduce that reduction being 25% of their local tax in any 1 year. So if their local tax were, say, 6%, they could reduce it, what's 25%, penny and a half or something like that in any 1 year.
And trying to process all this in terms of what have we really done?
Oh yeah, you have set the stage. We're certainly going to have a 1 cent reduction in September,
right.
And then
So
we'll have another 1 cent reduction whenever the revenue grows 3.5%. That could be next year. It could be the following year. But when that happens, we'll have another 1 cent reduction in the food tax.
I hear it. It's interesting to hear us talk about worrying about how we've spent all of these dollars we have, and then worried about whether or not we're going to have enough to.
Well, we know that income and sales taxes are volatile. We know that the sugar high we've been on with all of the revenue and the supplementals and whatnot, that will not go on forever. We're confident that we can sustain this. The guardrail being the 3.5% growth of revenue just ensures that we're able to implement a tax and have revenue to sustain that.
That makes sense, but thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Representative Lee.
I just want to get the time in. When will this take place in September?
September, the law takes effect immediately.
Right.
So under the law, that once the governor signs this bill, then no one can raise, the grocery tax can't be raised, okay?
Okay.
The first 1 cent on food at the state level will occur September 2023, this September.
September 1st or last of September. The reason I ask, the 3.5% growth, when does that start? Does that start at that point, 12 months from there?
Yeah, it's our fiscal
Or from
year.
January
Yeah, it's-
1? When does that 3.5%?
I think it's
increase
September.
start?
It's a fiscal year, so we're looking, our revenue projections are on the fiscal year, so it will be the fiscal year revenue projections, just like with the budget stabilization reserve and
It'll
whatnot.
be October to October.
Right.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chairman Gathers has agreed to concur. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 479 has passed.
Thank you, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. If I can have everybody's attention just for a minute, I was going to let you know, some of you may have already seen it, they'd come in earlier, Drew did, and to let you know that the governor has signed both budgets along with the supplementals. So congratulations. Congratulations to the members and congratulations to the committee for a job well done. Clerk, call the next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended, has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 175 relating to income taxes.
Chairman Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the tax rebate. You'll recall that the original rebate that sent out from the Senate was $105 per person, $210 a couple. The governor, the House raised that to $210 to $420 a couple. And now what actually passed and we sent across the street, the governor just signed, was a rebate of $150 a person, $300 per couple. So I recommend concurrence.
Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Thank you. Does that mean that we think the increase was an indication that there were adequate enough funds to cover that, I'm assuming?
I'm sorry.
I said the increase went up to $300, right?
Right.
We started out with 150, so it went. So I was saying.
No. With the 150 per person, $300 per couple is the rebate. This came out of the supplemental.
All right.
Right.
And so, and the changes that the Senate made was.
So we had a $2.7 billion supplemental. Initially, the governor proposed about $1 billion
Right.
rebate. The Senate reduced that to $275 million. The House raised that to $550 million, and this takes it back to $393 million, which is where the rebate pot landed, and that works out to be $150 and $300.
Okay, so we're still where we were.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is concurrence of HB 175. Clerk will unlock machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 175 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended, has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 445 relating to the Sweet Home Alabama Tourism Investment Act.
Chairman Garrett.
Mr. Speaker, you recall under the Jobs Act that we had a tourism component, And then this bill, HB 445, was the fix to make sure it clarified that this tourism credit applied prospectively and not in the past, retroactively. So it applied to new projects. That was what the House bill was. The Senate amended that bill to add to the Tourism Advisory Board, which is the group that's looking at the projects and then making those assessments, both budget chairs from the Education Trust Fund, their designees, so the Senate Budget Chair, the House Budget Chair, and also the two ranking minority members from the Ways and Means Committee and Finance and Taxation Committee. So again, what this does is basically add to that Tourism Board, Tourism Advisory Board, the chairs of both committees or their designees, and the ranking minority member of both committees in each chamber. I recommend concurrence.
Okay, you've heard the explanation. Gentleman has agreed to concur. Clerk, unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 445 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 422 relating to wakeboarding and wake surfing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This what the amendment in the Senate was to just add part of the rivers up where the Shoals Creek area is in the Florence area, and no other changes to the bill. And I recommend concurrence.
Okay, you heard the sponsor's reason for changes, and he's agreed to concur. Clerk unlock the machine, and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 97 ayes, 2 nays. HB 422 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next. Chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Gidley, for a moment of personal privilege.
I get David Faulkner to join me down here as well. David, would you come down here, please? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the moment. A couple of weeks ago, myself and David working together, we had talked and we introduced something to the caucus that is a trip to the nation of Israel in 2024. And I was overwhelmed at the response that we had got back about that trip. So before we adjourned for the end of this session, I wanted to come and just reiterate that, to say I appreciate and I'm excited about all the interest we have in that legislative trip in the fall of 2024. And that as we go into the summer, both David, myself, and many of you have come to us with information as well. We're going to be working on that, and hopefully by the fall of this year, we'll have some pertinent information ready to present to you, ready for this trip in 2024. I will say, somebody mentioned something about using campaign funds. To be on the safe side, reached out to Ethics. I've sent him some emails. He's emailed me back for a little bit of information. And as soon as I get that definite, we will pass that on to you. One thing I wanted to mention, just so that you can kind of be working on this. If you do not have an active passport, make sure you start getting that in place and that it will be in place for the fall of 2024. We want to take you, but we also want to bring you back home as well. And that's extremely important. So I'm excited. I appreciate the excitement. I think this is going to be a great way to solidify that connection that we have with Alabama and Israel. And it's going to be a great relationship building opportunity. But for those of you that have never been, your life is going to be changed. David, have you got anything you want to share? I wanted David down here with me because he's working. Absolutely. And many of y'all have brought some things to us. So I just wanted to mention that again before we closed out this session. And I'm excited, and I appreciate the excitement that's coming from all of you. We'll be working on it, and hopefully in a few months we'll have some good, strong information. Remember, fall of 2024 is what we're looking for. And this is across the board. This is not just a partisan thing. This is for every legislator. We even have interest from our lieutenant governor upstairs about the Senate. So God bless you. And I want to say this. I got 27 seconds. I want to leave this with this body. It's a blessing. And it comes out of the Old Testament. And I really felt like doing this. And it says, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. May the Lord lift up his countenance on you and give you peace. Maybe you go with that as you go back to your homes and places. God bless you. Amen.
Thank you, Representative Gidley, for setting that up. I think that's going to be a fantastic trip. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 217 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 217 relating to gross income.
Leader Daniels, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, we had a lot of progress that happened in the Senate today. Thanks to all of you. The $2,000 cap that was put on the per person was put on the legislation in Senate Education Committee on yesterday has been tabled and defeated. And right now the cap is at $25 million overall with no individual cap. And so this puts us in a very good position to be able to do some really good things for the state of working people in the state of Alabama and make certain that our economy continue to grow in all corners of the state and that we remain competitive with our neighbors. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll concur. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think Representative Hall wants to ask a question on this one.
The chair would like to recognize a lady from Madison.
Lord. Mr. Speaker, would you tell Luke to warm my car up? 'Cause that won't be a long night alone.
We can do that, or we can call her Uber, whichever one.
You know, I'm game either way. I think we can handle it. I really wanted to come. I wasn't coming to ask a question, but now that you said that, I am going to ask a question because you all been trying to tell me when and how I can talk and all of that today.
Is that what my body language said? Then you read that wrong.
Oh no, I was specifically told I should have gone to a meeting. And then since I didn't go, I couldn't go. You see what I'm saying? Okay.
I don't think that's germane to this bill.
Where is a motion in writing when you need it?
No, I want to say to you, Mr. Daniels, I did not come with the question, and I would ask you, are you relieved? Because earlier I had heard that we were having some problems with the bill, and that it appears that you were able to convince otherwise, and I'd like to hear about that.
I think sometimes you have to play 3D chess when folks are, but I know thanks to folks like Senator Singleton, Senator Orr, and others, we were able to get it across the finish line and really reach some agreement. And so we're really pleased with where we are. It gives us an opportunity to really see how impactful this will be to our economy and the growth of our economy. And so I'm really happy where we are. I think that in politics, you have to be flexible, and you taught me that. Everything the way it happens sometimes is not the way you want, and you have to get into a place to where you're not compromising the quality of the bill. And we didn't compromise the quality of the bill, of the legislation. And thanks to all the men and women here, everybody has been a part of this. This is truly a joint effort among all House members and senators. The senators voted 34-0 on this piece of legislation. And so I just think that this shows that sometimes, good pieces of legislation and with a lot of input from people all around and everybody caring about the future growth of our state in general, when all of us come together, we can accomplish anything. And this is one of those opportunities, rare opportunities, that we're able to pass something that's never been done in any state in America. And so this is something that we all should be proud of because it's a win for all of us.
I agree, and I would tell you that I've heard from individuals. As a matter of fact, I was at a meeting and the gentleman stopped me. Do you know that young man Daniel? And he worked some company, and I can't even tell you. I'll have to look at his card. But that was one of the main things that he said. I hope you all, if you all don't do anything else, I hope you get that passed. So my hat is off to you to say thank you for the work that you've done. Thank you to the colleagues that were supportive of this work. Thank you all in the Senate that was willing to work through it. But more importantly, the fact that you didn't give up. So I applaud you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to concur.
Move to concur. You've heard the move. The clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
That's appropriate.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 217 has passed. Congratulations, Leader Daniels. Clerk, let's call Senate Bill 175 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Committee on Conference on the disagreement of the two houses on House Amendment to Senate Bill number 175, said conference report being in words and figures as follows, to wit, we, the Committee of Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning Senate Bill number 175 have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, signed, Senator Arthur Orr, Senator Donnie Chasteen on the part of the Senate, Representative Alan Baker, Representative Terry Collins, Representative Barbara Drummond, conferees on the part of the House.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, the conference committee, this regarded two separate programs. One was an adult learner program called the Reengage Alabama Grant Program. The other was the Alabama Short-Term Credential Scholarship Program. So the report of the conference committee was to somewhat combine these two. One was what originated out of the Senate, and then a sub that later as it moved to the House. And so that is the report. I move to concur with this motion.
You heard the gentleman's request is to concur. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. SB 175 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call SB 286 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 286 relating to public records.
Chairman Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Stringer wants to concur.
We've heard the recommendation for the sponsor. He wants to concur. Clerk will lock the machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. SB 286 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. Ms. Clerk, let's call HB 430 out of the basket, please.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 430 relating to the Alabama Literacy Task Force.
Chairman Garrett, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You recall we passed the bill that made some modifications to the Literacy Task Force to allow for address some accountability concerns and some committee composition concerns. Our bill had recommended that the director of the Alabama Reading Initiative chair the committee. The Senate has made some changes that would recommend that the Alabama Reading Initiative director be a member of the task force, but that the chair and vice chair be appointed by the President Pro Tem of the Senate and the Speaker of the House on a rotating basis. So each would appoint an individual that would serve for 4 years, 2 years as chair, the other person would serve 2 years as vice chair, then they would flip. This is consistent with what we've done some other things. This would provide some legislative accountability, would have the Reading Initiative director as part of the task force. They also maintained our recommendations as far as the phase-in of assessments, which is going to be helpful to school systems. So, Mr. Speaker, I would recommend concurrence.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation from the sponsor. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 430 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle. Okay, we've got, I think we've had a correction on the SJR that needs to be called back up. Chairman Lovren, you going to handle that for us, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for us to bring back up SJR 91 by Senator Butler. We had this joint resolution was commending a gentleman by the name John Wade Keys as Alabama's first veteran, and we want to give honor where it's due and want to make sure to honor this gentleman. But after contacting many people, and I'll just read a quick statement from the archives, says that his service was before Alabama was a state or territory. There's unfortunately no way to know who was the first veteran in Alabama. However, it would appear that he was a prominent citizen that seemed to be well respected during his time. And so the sponsor has agreed that we just modify it to say one of Alabama's first veterans to give this gentleman his honor and due, and for any of his other fellow soldiers that we don't discredit them. So I would offer this substitute with just those changes.
Clerk receive substitute. All those in favor of the sub say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. 1 minute, Mr. Pringle, too.
Mr. Speaker, move that we indefinitely postpone all House bills remaining on the regular calendar.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. They are postponed. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy, for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to just remind the members and express to the new members that we will be having our 11th annual bow tie day on Tuesday. So if you like to participate and you have bow ties at home, you can wear those on Tuesday. If not, I'll have bow ties available for everyone that need one, and I'll also tie them for you in the phone room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having previously agreed to meet on Tuesday, June the 6th at 1:30, I move the House stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. Good day, members.